Good morning, everyone. It is 9:01 on August 11th, 2026, and I am calling this regular meeting of the Board of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. We will start by having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and also how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, then select Spanish language, and finally click done. At this time, I'll ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you very much, Kim. Good morning, President Corzo and honorable supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Ely, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenos días. Les queremos dejar saber a todos los miembros del público que las instrucciones de cómo participar en la reunión de hoy se pueden encontrar en lo que es en el orden del día que ya ha sido publicado. Las instrucciones le van a proporcionar información de cómo presentar sus comentarios tanto por escrito y también por Zoom. Ahora también les queremos dejar saber que se les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español, y para poder acceder a los servicios de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora, una portátil, haga usted clic en lo que es un icono de un globo terráqueo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla, y después seleccione el idioma en español. Ahora, si ustedes están usando un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, busque lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, después seleccione interpretación y luego seleccione el idioma en español, y por último, haga clic en done o listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim and Victor. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we will now take roll call.
Supervisor Spear?
Here.
Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
And President Corzo?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. We'll now move on to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any of my colleagues have remarks to share this morning? Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Madam President. We haven't had an official board meeting in which we acknowledge those who have passed for 6 weeks, but I'm stunned, frankly, by the larger-than-life lives that we lost in the last 6 weeks. Let me start by asking that we remember the life of Peter Jaremas. He was a resident of Half Moon Bay and had his storied career at Burlingame High School and Cappuccino High School as a phenomenal coach, and he was known simply as Coach. Coach Jaremas attended Cap High in San Bruno in 1963, attended San Francisco State University, playing both basketball and baseball. He returned to his high school as head coach of the boys basketball team in 1980, where he coached for 19 seasons. At Cappuccino, he was the rare 3-sport coach, also serving as the offensive coordinator for varsity football and managing the varsity baseball team. One of the thrills of his time as coach was leading the Mustangs to the state finals for boys basketball, coming within 1 point of the top spot on March 18, 1995, at the Oakland Coliseum. He later went on to coach boys varsity basketball at Burlingame High to 2 PAL Ocean Division titles and program's first Central Coast Section championship. Coach Jaremas was known for his volume and a vociferousness on the sidelines, born of his passion and enthusiasm for his team and for his remarkable accuracy in chalk throwing as referees. I'm not quite sure what that is, but he obviously had great enthusiasm and passion for his work. After retiring, Coach decided to dedicate himself to a new passion, painting, talented artist specializing in historical landmarks. He's displayed his work at multiple art galleries in Half Moon Bay. More importantly, Coach Haramus nurtured thousands of students and athletes by modeling his own hard work, integrity, respect, and teamwork and discipline. He loved to hear from former players over the years and provide them with guidance through life's many challenges. A devoted husband to Tammy, who is here this morning, along with his two sisters. He was dedicated to his family, including his children, Ty and Brett, his grandchildren, James, his sisters, Kathleen and Deborah, and his nieces and nephews. He served the people of San Mateo County for 50 years, and an extraordinary life, so well lived. Tammy and Kathleen and Deborah, if you're here and would like to say a few words, you're welcome to, but at least stand so we can recognize you. Thank you. You want to say a few words? Second person to recognize is Clint Riley. Anyone who's been in politics for more than a nanosecond in the Bay Area knew the name Clint Riley. He was a political giant and philanthropist and died actually quite suddenly just a few weeks ago at the age of 79. He was one of the smartest political consultants I've met in all my years in politics, and he was a dear and close friend. My thoughts are with his beloved wife Janet and their daughters Jill and Ava. Clint ran campaigns for some of the most recognizable names in California politics, including Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Boxer, and Dianne Feinstein. He also owned the San Francisco Examiner and the Nob Hill Gazette. Clint was drawn to politics at an early age. Born in Oakland, he ran for class president in the 5th grade and won. His sister came up with this clever campaign slogan, "Take a hint, vote for Clint." He spent 9 years in the seminary here, and his political views were heavily influenced by Eugene Boyle, a Catholic priest and liberal activist during the Civil Rights Movement. He's left a lasting mark on San Francisco, the Bay Area, and California. Our thoughts are with his family and loved ones. And then two more. We would like to honor the life of Jeff Littlefield. I'd like to say a few words about a man who left us way too soon. Jeff Littlefield, the beloved longtime Chief Operating Officer at SFO. He joined SFO in 2008 as the airport duty manager. Through his work and leadership, he soon earned promotions, including Deputy Airport Manager and Director over Operations and Security. 10 years ago, he became the Chief Operating Officer. I had the great pleasure of working with him many times in his years of caring for the people and operations of SFO. He led SFO through an unprecedented challenges of health and safety during COVID-19. As COO, he had the daunting task of overseeing operations and security, facilities and maintenance, customer and guests, staff, and employees. The SFO Museum, DEI, and the Airport Bureaus of First Responders and Law Enforcement. But Jeff did so much more than keep employees, travelers, and facilities safe and secure at all times of day and night. He imbued the SFO community with the very culture, heart, and soul that it is known for. From his ambassadorship for SFO, joyful daily engagement, unwavering dedication, mentorship, commitment to racial equity, he was nothing less than the manifestation and model of a true leader. My heart goes out to his mother, Mrs. Littlefield, his siblings, and other family members, and the entire SFO family. He will be deeply missed. I believe Supervisor Mueller is going to talk about Fatima Soares, and I'll wait. Okay. And finally, honoring the life of Fatima Soares. It was my great honor to know her and observe her unwavering dedication to the Coastside community and beyond. During her tenure as executive director of Coastside Hope, I visited the agency, including her pantry, many times. I was impressed with the variety of products residents could pick up, but was shocked to hear from Fatima that she couldn't afford to buy powdered milk, which was in high demand. As it happened, I visited the pantry on the same day as the Farm Day lunch. Knowing how generous the community is, I asked for support to buy powdered milk for Coastside Hope by passing around cowboy hats in the audience. Within a half an hour, the wonderful people of the Coastside had donated $6,000 for powdered milk. I also had the privilege of inducting Fatima into the San Mateo County Women's Hall of Fame in 2014. She was truly inspiring during her 42 years of dedicated public service, from her years of social work to leading Coastside Hope to volunteering at numerous other local nonprofits. I especially admire how she treated those she served with respect and heart, touching countless lives. Her zest for life and love of family was a model for all of us, and she will be deeply missed.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear. So I have a confession that I never knew Fatima. I never met her. And as the supervisor for the district, I was at a town hall for Congressman Liccardo when the news of her death hit the coast side. And they told me, and I went to go share it with Sam, and he shared it with the room. And a hush dropped over the room, a silence. Wasn't asked for. It just happened. And that's it was a reminder to me, having served the coast and watching the work that Coastside Hope does, impacting so many families. Her legacy is felt and missed, and she will be dearly, dearly missed.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I will share a few quickly. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the 6-alarm fire at 815 Sea Spray Lane in the city of Foster City that displaced 51 families about a week and a half ago. The Foster City community has come together quickly and with great energy to support those affected. I want to thank the PJCC, Red Cross, the City of Foster City, and every community member who has put their little grain of sand to help the families displaced. There are multiple GoFundMes that we have been sharing on our online social medias to support these families, as well as a beautiful community of Buy Nothing members who have given of their own possessions to help families recover some of what was lost. My team has also compiled a list of resources available to support impacted families. It is a living document, and we'll continue to update it with more information and resources. And it can be accessed at tinyurl.com/C-spray support. If you or anyone you know has been impacted by this fire or needs specific assistance, please contact my office, and we are happy to help connect community members to any support they need. With that, I will move on to reading our county's land acknowledgement. We honor and affirm the rights of the Ohlone and the other indigenous peoples who call the unceded territories of the San Francisco Bay Area their traditional homeland. We pay respect to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of indigenous people for their historic and current contributions to San Mateo County, and we commit to an ongoing partnership to bring about healing, inclusivity, and deeper collaborative partnerships. And I'm going to add a couple of lines here inspired by another land acknowledgement that I heard this past week, and then we'll move on to public comment. We honor people of the African diaspora, recognizing the profound impact of enslavement and systemic injustice, as well as their enduring contributions, resilience, and leadership in shaping our communities. We honor immigrants, past and present, whose cultures, experiences, and contributions have enriched our communities and continue to strengthen our shared society. Thank you. With that, we'll now move on to public comments. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting, for matters that are listed on the consent agenda, and for matters that are set for closed session. We'll be keeping public comments to 2 minutes. If a speaker goes over time, we'll give them a single warning, and then we'll ask the clerk to cut the mic, and this is to ensure equity of voice for all public commenters. Thank you. Let's begin.
All right, we received written comments which were submitted and provided to the president and board members as well as on the public website. We'll first take comments from chambers and then we'll go to Zoom. I do have 11 speaker cards for chambers. First, we'll start with Beth Eggers and then Jim Lawrence.
Good morning. My name is Beth Eggers. I live in Redwood City. As a former CASA, court-appointed special advocate, I've had experience with juvenile systems around California. And the juvenile hall in San Mateo County is subpar, and we all know this. It can be exhausting to fix every problem, but how about a few? Hey, where are those computers that were promised, or the study session for food, to improve the food? These boys, as we know, will be entering back into society. Let's make them less angry, less bitter, less convinced that the justice system is stacked against them. Let's treat them as our children who, yes, need consequences, but also need compassion and love. Thank you for listening.
All right, Jim Lawrence and then Martha Beatley.
Good morning. Jim Lawrence, as she indicated. I'm members of the board. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about the repeated cancellations of the proposed study session regarding the juvenile hall. Our young people are our future. They deserve more than just concern. They deserve our priority. These issues have been discussed and documented for years, yet the study session continues to get pushed out. Every day there's a delay, the financial cost to the county, but more importantly, it's the impact on these young people and their families who depend upon this system that put their lives back on the right track. So today, I'm asking the board just to do one thing, a simple request. Schedule the board session. Give it priority. Your committee, JJDPC, has done the work. The recommendations are there. We really just need to take a look at it and decide how we move forward. So please, no further studies, no more postponements or discussions. Let's act. Our young people cannot put their lives on hold. In closing, remember, the opportunity is yours to act. So please act. Thank you.
All right, next we have Martha Beatley and then Katie Goetz.
Good morning. My name is Martha Beatley. I'm a retired public school teacher of 40 years, a parent and a grandparent, and I live in Redwood City. I'm concerned about the board's canceled study session for Hillcrest Juvenile Hall. I've heard about poor conditions in the hall, poor health conditions, and poor food, and I think you have heard those same reports, and I urge you as our representatives to investigate and implement improvements for our youth. As an educator and a parent, I know that all young people need good role models, nutritious food, consistent health care, and humane, dignified treatment to develop into healthy, productive adults. When children make mistakes and enter into the juvenile justice system, those needs don't change. In fact, the needs are even greater so that our young people can turn their lives around. The children need our help to face their challenges and grow to become the very best versions of themselves. I'm asking you all to look into these serious reports and use your platforms to demand improved treatment for our young people. Thank you.
All right, next we have Katie and then Ginny Crones.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Katie Getz, and I serve as pastor of Woodside Road United Methodist Church here in Redwood City, and I'm a Redwood City resident and parent to a couple of teenagers. Through the work of the Peninsula Solidarity Cohort, I have learned about the work of In Our Care and all of the ways that they advocate for young people who are in our juvenile justice system. One of the ways that we can all support young people in our system is through public accountability. I am asking for the county to create a community dashboard sharing data on youth incarceration, both short and long-term incarceration, the care that the youth receive while they are in county care, as well as post-release information around recidivism and long-term outcomes. We want all young people to thrive in San Mateo County. Tracking outcomes is one of the ways to assure that our most vulnerable young people are cared for. In my faith tradition, we follow Jesus, and he said a couple of things that I think apply to the way we care for young people in this community, particularly those facing incarceration. One of the things he said at the beginning of his public ministry is that he had come to bring release to the captives. What a neat thing that we could all be working on together, right? And then at the end of his public ministry, he said that whenever you've done it to the least of these, you've done it to me. And so let's treat each other with that human dignity and respect, and let's do that especially for our young people who are incarcerated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Ginny and then Evan.
Good morning. My name is Ginny Krause, and I'm a resident of San Mateo and a supporter of several local activist groups. My concern is about the Hillcrest Juvenile Hall. And first, I'd like to thank Supervisor Corzo for focusing on some of the conditions at the facility. But I have more questions than comments for all of you. The residents of our county deserve to know why this board has canceled the study session on the conditions our youth live under in juvenile hall. Do you not believe taxpayers should be allowed to trust that corrective actions can be and should be taken to improve conditions in this facility? If your child or grandchild or relative were in this facility, would you not want to know if poor conditions for these kids were being corrected? Why would we not want to address hunger and malnutrition for kids held at this facility? Why have we no effective confidential means of reporting sexual abuse or staff misconduct? Why would we not want an alternative for kids who have short stays? Do we not know the risks of recidivism for kids with minor offenses? Why would we not ensure adequate and timely health care be provided to these kids? Why would we not provide language support for Spanish-speaking children? We all deserve responses to these questions, and we call on the board to reschedule the study session on juvenile hall immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Evan and then Bill Newell.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Evan Leaney, and I'm here to expose institutional corruption in the Sheriff's Office. On May 31st, Deputy Antonio Ochoa stopped me for expired tags without identifying himself. He ordered me out and questioned me about illicit activity. My hands were completely visible the entire time. I was talking normal and doing nothing threatening. His casual tone proved he didn't believe I was armed. When I refused a car search and told him to book the tow, he escalated, walking silently, grabbing my hands, and executing an unannounced weapon search without any reason or consent. Sneaking up behind someone for a physical search is extraordinarily dangerous. Human instinct triggers a reaction, creating a severe risk that leads innocent people with bogus charges for resisting arrest. I said, "I don't consent." He replied on camera, "I don't need consent." Yet he wrote nothing in the police report regarding original suspicion. I waited 26 days to pull public records before my complaint and found nothing in the police report. Despite this, Internal Affairs whitewashed my complaint for the search and for violating 118.1 for omitting material facts and accepting a indefensible post hoc justification invented 45 days later. This demands answers. Why write nothing in the report after a 2-hour stop? Why accept a 45-day late excuse? How many people are in jail on bogus resisting charges for these tactics? I am pursuing all legal avenues, oversight groups and media. Officials who look the other way will be held accountable. If you want to look into this case further, I urge you to take a look at the pattern and practice of illegal search, but more importantly, of whitewashing IA investigations with no transparent reason at all. To speak to me more about this, call me at 650-339-5893 or email me at evanleany2022@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Bill Newell and then Melissa Wilson.
Good morning, my members of San Mateo County Board. I'm Bill Newell. I'm a member of In Care, Fix It San Mateo. I'm a retired public high school teacher of 20 years, and I'm a parent, grandparent, teacher, and I believe every child, including our children in custody, deserve to be treated with the dignity that they deserve. As a longtime county resident and taxpayer, I want our children, our youth, to get what they need to return to our community as healthy, productive people. Currently, there's no independent way to report sexual abuse or other staff misconduct. The county has not fully implemented the Federal Prison Rape Elimination Act, PREA, at the juvenile hall. At the time of last inspection, the PREA reporting hotline routed to a voicemail monitored by the same probation staff our youth would need to report on. Our youth need a truly independent, confidential way to report abuse. The hall has a well-documented and shameful history of our sexual abuse that compels us as a community to do everything possible to prevent future assaults. Hillcrest has a harsh, prison-like atmosphere characterized by locked cells, metal beds, toilets, the mattresses, concrete floors, filthy carpets, and no personal storage. Direct advocacy to soften the space, for example, ordering storage units so our youth don't have to pile up clothes, hygiene products, and school supplies on concrete cell floors, has been stalled by bureaucratic requisition delays since 2022. I wake up in the morning to a moral nightmare of what's going on in our country and the way people are treated in containment centers around our country. I would hope within our powers, your powers in this county, you can do something more for our own youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Melissa Wilson and then Mike Swire.
Hi, good morning. I have been engaged with the juvenile hall for 18 years, 7 as a juvenile justice commissioner, and the rest as a volunteer working with youth there. I'm asking the board to act on 2 issues, PREA implementation and also food quality. PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act. 6 months ago, probation announced that the Prison Rape Elimination Act would finally be fully implemented at juvenile hall. And 6 months later, I would expect to see public-facing evidence of progress, as we see at the sheriff's website, where PREA has been implemented since 2012. Given the history of sexual abuse allegations, including the recent allegations, I would ask the board to inquire about probation's timeline for full implementation. Second, food. A formerly incarcerated youth spoke to this board about food quality and hunger that quality causes youth in juvenile hall. The chief of probation has said that only this board can change the vendor, and I ask you to exercise that authority. One option is San Mateo County Health, which provides cost-effective, appetizing meals to the youth at Canyon Ranch. These are issues of health, safety, and dignity to the children in San Mateo County custody. When the court ruled in locus parentis, responsibility for these children was transferred to the county. Please prioritize these and other issues at the study session. We cannot delay or dismiss our collective children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Mike Swire and then Rebecca Keeler.
Hello. Thank you, President Corzo, members of the board, and thanks for your service to the community. A month ago today, 34-year-old East Palo Alto resident Jacob Solovsky died while riding his bike on Skyline when a speeding Porsche driver hit him head-on, traveling in the opposite direction of traffic. We've lost numerous residents on Skyline and the adjacent area in the past months and years. I want to thank Supervisor Mueller for pushing forward with the Safe Corridors initiative to address these concerns. Please let the cycling and safe streets community know how we can help. We really need to help to address better design and better enforcement. My understanding, there's very limited, if any, sheriff enforcement during the weekends. And as a result, we actually have people shooting YouTube videos, people sitting on the side of the road with cameras of drivers speeding because the situation is so bad. And I hope that the board will support this initiative if it comes before them. Also, I want to remind everyone today is back to school day. 3 years ago, I came to the board asking the county to lower speed limits around schools in unincorporated San Mateo County. Almost every city in the county has already done so. It's cheap, fast, and easy. Supervisors Canepa and Mueller jumped on the idea and directed staff to make this happen. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that we have done this anywhere. I believe there was a trial potentially proposed, but this is something safe, fast, and there's really no reason not to move forward with this aggressively across the 20 schools. So I asked the board to push on Public Works and make this happen as soon as possible. We don't want another tragedy, and this is taking too long. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Keeler and then Johanna Rasmussen.
Good morning, President Corzo, Honorable Board, and County Executives. My name is Becca Keeler, and I am co-founder of In Our Care San Mateo County. And I want to applaud the proclamation for International Youth Day that you're going to be making today, but I want to ask that it please include all of our youth, and that would include our youth in the juvenile legal system. I remain deeply concerned about the long-standing issues within the juvenile hall, including allegations that have been mentioned already of sexual abuse and misconduct. In November of last year, allegations surfaced again of sexual abuse and of multiple youth in the hall that were having sexual relationships with a staff member. Probation confirmed that it was conducting an internal investigation. The county has not publicly reported the outcome of that investigation. And it's also something to be of note that there is no independent way for these youth to report any misconduct or abuse that might be going on except to the staff themselves. Over the past 8 years, the juvenile hall study session, past 8 months, the juvenile hall study session has been canceled 4 times. We understand that there is a lot of crisis in our budget in San Mateo County, but I still respectfully ask that the board reschedule and prioritize that study session so that these concerns can be addressed publicly and collaboratively. I think many of these issues can be resolved outside of a study session. These are not throwaway kids. They will return to our communities, and the important question that we want to ask is how do we want that to look? How we treat these children makes a big difference. I ask you please to reschedule. We care about our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna Rasmussen, and then Nancy Goodman.
Good morning. My name is Johanna Rasmussen, and I am the chair of the San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commissions. When we came in December, we were super excited when the board suggested that we do a study session, and we were very appreciative of the offer of laptops. We understand that there are pressing issues happening at the state that are outside of your control that must be dealt with. But we did receive word in June that the board was losing interest in this topic. And so if this is the case, we'd like to know, because we've spent over 40 hours in the last 2 months just accommodating board's request for work plans and surveys. And we just need to know which direction to go because it's been over 8 months. We're community members who cared very deeply about our kids and are just trying to do the very best we can to carry out the mandates and responsibilities of the commission. So please let us know how we move forward and how we can do this together. Thank you.
All right, our last speaker from Chambers is Nancy Goodman.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome back to August. I know it's a rough August. I'm Nancy Goodban. I'm in Redwood City. I'm with In Our Care, which is a coalition of people who feel that the kids at the juvenile hall and in the system are in our care. We are responsible for them. I'm also a mother and a grandmother, a mother of 2 mixed-race kids and a grandmother of 2 mixed-race kids. And these are the kind of kids of color, who end up in juvenile hall. 99% of the kids in juvenile hall are children of color. So the remark I was going to give at the study session is still so important because I think you can fix it, and have been working on it. The food is inedible. It's prepared at the Redwood City adult jail. It's sent over the next day, and it's reheated with cellophane topping. The kids throw it away. They can't eat it. This has been commented on in the last 5 juvenile JJDPC inspection reports, and even the sheriff people want to give it up. There is a perfectly good commercial kitchen at the YSC, and it's just a matter of bureaucratic will, I think, to make the food there. It would make a lot of difference. It isn't healthy for the kids, and you heard in December at that presentation that Commissioner Rasmussen mentioned, one of the kids who was there said, I was there and I was hungry a lot. I was there for 2.5 years, and I was hungry, and so were other kids. So the fact is, you even hear children telling you that they are hungry at juvenile hall. We can fix this. We are a smart county. We have good leaders. I think we can fix it, and we owe it to the kids. The other thing, I know we're in a fiscal trouble, but on top of that, and the grand jury has noted this, we have Camp empty. It's got 30 beds. It's beautifully set up. If we're to be like a foster home, a group home type thing, or for kids who had substance abuse issues or mental health issues, it's empty. It's ready for residents. It also has a good kitchen. And second, we also have 150 empty beds at the Youth Service Center, and we're spending money on those. Try to save that money. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments from chambers. Again, this is general public comment. We'll be going to Zoom. I currently have 10 hands raised. I'll do a final call after the first speaker. Pips, please go ahead and unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Julia Raposa. Wait, hold on a second. We got to turn the volume down. My name is Julia Raposa. I worked as a substitute teacher. I don't make enough money to afford rent in this county. Over a dozen of us have signed to form a homeless union so that our voices are sought on decisions about our own lives. We ask that the Board of Supervisors formally recognize this union, seek our input, and meet with us on the hate crimes and safety threats that we're facing. RV dwellers in the safe parking program, most of them Brazilian and Latino families, are targeted weekly. Paintballs, eggs, BB guns, even flaming oil. One member was shot with a BB gun by juveniles. Another filmed his attackers and made a police report after vandalism with graffiti. And the police came back that night, but not for the attackers, but to ticket his RV. This is retaliation and intimidation. I've spoken to many members of the community who have been suffering from these attacks, who are afraid to make reports to the police. This type of retaliation suppresses the rights of a vulnerable population, of immigrants, and also of the homeless. The RV dweller who was shot with a BB gun by juveniles kindly decided not to press charges so as not to ruin the life of another young person, as long as the attacks didn't continue, but they did continue. Another RV, weekly they suffer ketchup, paintballs, flaming hot oil, knocks on the doors in the middle of the night. Some of these families have children, a new baby, adolescents. There's nothing safe about safe parking.
That is your time. Thank you.
Treatment at these agencies that serves the homeless are not.
Thank you. Next, we have Emilio Moreno and then Daria. Emilio, please unmute and begin. I'll do a final call while we wait for Emilio. And the last speaker will be Elsa Schaefer. Okay, Emilio?
Yes, good morning. My name is Emilio Moreno. I'm a former engineer and computer expert. I now reside in my RV, and on the night of December 1st or the early morning of December 2nd, somebody spray painted the window in my RV. On December 2nd, on December 4th, when I reported it to the police around 5 p.m., they took the report, but then the next morning I woke up to see a ticket that was given to me. I felt that was retaliation. I did not feel, that, I was safe. I did go to the police station to talk to them to say why did I get a ticket after I made and they said, well, it was not even the same officer, but it felt that way. So basically, around I think June of this year, I started getting knocks on my door, eggs thrown, street cones thrown at the back of my camper, waking me up at all hours of the day, screaming. I've got film, I've got videos, I did not realize, this was going to happen, but I'm requesting that there'll be more. This was in the Lindamar parking lot on the by the Taco Bell. I request that there's more patrols and things like that. I did not expect to be treated this way. I help everyone that I come across. It doesn't matter who you are, what you look like, anything. And this is not. I was not expecting this. I just want to bring this to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daria and then Kathy. Daria, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Daria Larizade. I'm a resident of East Palo Alto and the director of California Youth Justice Policy and Capacity Building at the National Center for Youth Law. I request that the study session to address conditions in juvenile hall that was scheduled today and has been rescheduled multiple times be rescheduled as soon as possible because the issues impacting youth in our locked facilities and those re-entering our communities are urgent and cannot wait. Youth who go into juvenile hall in San Mateo County will inevitably return to our local communities, and more reentry support is needed for them, including housing, transportation, connections to employment, and other basic necessities. It's unacceptable that we have youth whose basic needs are not being met in Silicon Valley. We are not setting youth up for success, and in the process, we are undermining public safety. This Wednesday is International Youth Day, a day recognized throughout the world to draw attention to issues surrounding youth. In that spirit, I respectfully urge you to reschedule the juvenile hall study session as soon as possible and ensure that youth voices are heard. Our young people cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathy and then Pat Willard. Kathy, please unmute and begin.
My name is Kathy Baird, and I live in St. Carlos. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to ask you to address the long-standing challenges at Hillcrest Juvenile Hall. I am a mother and a grandmother, and I believe that every child in our county's custody deserves to be treated with dignity. I'm disappointed and frustrated that the follow-up to last December's presentation about Hillcrest has been delayed again and again. It is painful to think of kids going hungry because the reheated food is inedible. Chronic hunger is not good for body, emotional well-being, or growth. In addition, the children need to receive timely treatment for vision and dental problems, as well as re-entry support. I want these kids to get what they need to return to our community as healthy, productive people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pat Willard and then Beth. Pat, please unmute and begin.
Well, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Pat Willard. I've lived in Redwood City for over 2 decades. Sorry. I'm asking you to hire a permanent full-time Inspector General of the Sheriff's Department. The objective here is to have the Inspector General attend all of the meetings with the Oversight Committee to give them advice and for them to get his advice. It's erroneous that people have asserted that this is about telling police what to do. It's not. Many people have posted public comments today who remind me that a permanent inspector general needs to be hired. Also, the current oversight committee is not about giving advice to the Board of Supervisors. You all have quite enough to do. But as I said, to give advice to the permanent inspector general. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 8 remaining hands. Beth Von Espner and then Macarena. Beth, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Beth Von Emster, ACLU San Mateo County Chapter Co-Chair, a Belmont resident and District 3 constituent. I hope you will immediately reschedule the Juvenile Hall study session. The current conditions at the hall are harsh and a poor reflection on our county's values, the same as they were last December when you heard briefly about them from the JJDPC and you collectively were moved to call for a study session. The children are kept in prison-like cells, the food is inedible, and they have to store their belongings on concrete cell floors, among other grim conditions for children as young as 13. It doesn't have to be that way. Later today, you'll be voting on an International Youth Day proclamation in which you'll recognize the importance of youth in San Mateo County and allowing their voices to be heard, especially on issues of social justice. Incarcerating our youth certainly is an issue of social justice, and hearing from those children and the adults close to them is imperative to ensuring a humane system of confinement. The conditions can be addressed if we put our collective minds to it. Let's have a session in which we hear about the problems and potential solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Next is Macarena and then Alexis. Please unmute and begin. Macarena? You're unmuted.
Hello? Good morning. My name is Macarena Carretero. I am a physician and I collaborate with Unlock Futures with Mr. Paul Bocanegra. One very important issue that needs to be addressed and has been talked about already is the food at the juvenile hall. It is prepared at Redwood City Adult Jail and transported the next day to the juvenile hall where it is reheated on the housing units, degrading the quality, the taste, and the texture of the food. The kids report that it's inedible and they go hungry. For growing teenagers, chronic hunger, malnutrition can affect their physical health, behavior, learning capabilities, and their development. As you know, some of these kids are not for a short time at Hillcrest. They may be for several years, exacerbating the detrimental effects of malnutrition. The Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission has made the food their top concern for several years in a row. Supervisor Corso has been focusing her attention on this issue, but she needs the support of the rest of this board and the will of senior county staff to get this problem fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Alexis Lewis and then Anne. Alexis, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Corzo, Vice President Mueller, and the honorable members of the board. My name is Alexis Lewis, and I live in San Mateo. I'm actively involved in community and civic organizations throughout San Mateo County, but today I'm speaking solely as a concerned citizen. I'm asking you to act now to address the serious, longstanding challenges at Hillcrest Juvenile Hall that have been documented for years. Every child in our county's custody deserves basic dignity, safety, healthy, and nutritious food, timely vision and dental care, appropriate education and rehabilitative services, and a real preparation to return home ready to succeed. One of my particular concerns is the lack of public transparency and accountability regarding the conditions and outcomes at Hillcrest. I urge the board to require the creation of a public accountability dashboard that regularly reports the number of youth incarcerated and their length of stay, staffing levels and vacancies, use of force incidents, grievances and their resolutions, access to health, dental, and vision care, educational and rehabilitative services, and the true cost of operating Hillcrest Juvenile Hall. Where legally permissible and appropriately protected, this information should also be broken down by race, ethnicity, gender, age, and other relevant demographics so the community can identify and address disparities. Transparency should not be optional. Accountability should not require a public records request. I respectfully ask you to exercise your oversight responsibility and require meaningful public reporting and act on the longstanding concerns at Hillcrest. Our children deserve better, and the public deserves to know that we are doing better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anne and then Giuliano. Anne, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I am requesting that this board designate Cypress Point Affordable Housing in Moss Beach as senior 55 and older housing. Our seniors are living below the poverty line by 63% of all county residents. The Big Sur fire reminds us of the need to be able to evacuate quickly. Having a large portion of our coastside seniors in this location will help this evacuation effort. Having seniors, many with mobility issues, scattered across the coast makes it very difficult to get this vulnerable population out of harm's way quickly. Many of our seniors suffer food insecurity and loneliness. They deserve dignified living that senior housing can provide. Their nutritional needs can be met with communal meal service, and also their healthcare needs can be met with a mobile health care coming to the site. And it's very necessary as there is no healthcare on the coast. Because the coastside hospital closed, there is no assisted living. All of these needs can be met by establishing Cypress Point as senior housing, allowing seniors and their caretakers to be able to live at this Moss Beach location. You will be providing meaningful senior living. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Anne. Next is Giuliano and then Danielle. Giuliano, please unmute and begin.
Thanks all for your service and the opportunity to speak. I also want to call out the killing of Jacob Solowski on Skyline at 84, known as Four Corners. Skyline is the only north-south cycling route through this area. The proximate cause of Jacob's death was the speeding and out-of-control driver. He must be held accountable, not let off the hook, as too often happens, excused as an accident rather than a choice to drive dangerously. That said, the actual cause of this crash was the lethal design and engineering of Skyline. It's killed before, it'll kill again. Enforcement is nice, but officers have many responsibilities and cannot be present at every dangerous location 24/7. Only engineering, only design is present every minute of every day of the year. I've ridden roads like Skyline in other countries. It can be done. Please, we must fix the design of Skyline at Four Corners. We must fix all of Skyline. We must fix every cycle route and make them all safe, because cyclists deserve to enjoy the outdoors. Cyclists deserve to be able to do transit. We need more people to be cycling rather than making local trips in their cars, enjoying the outdoors in their cars. it's much more beautiful, much more enjoyable riding through the Santa Cruz Mountains than driving through them. Please, I hope that you guys can help us. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next is Danielle and then Paul Bocanegra. Danielle, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Danielle Stagner. I'm a longtime resident of Menlo Park. Like many of the people who've spoken before me, I'm very disappointed that the Board of Supervisors canceled today's study session to address the issues presented to the board on December 9th by the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. At that meeting, I was very pleased that the board, by their comments, seemed very interested and willing to invest the time and resources to help resolve the challenges. And having all these study sessions canceled in the past year, it just means that there has not been the attention paid to these very urgent issues, including sexual misconduct. And I can't help note at this time that in the past almost 1 hour that we've spent with the people talking about disappointment in the lack of a study session that was planned for today, that the time spent here could have been spent in the study session. So that's very frustrating. Before I retired, I worked for decades providing services for adults in the behavioral health system. My last position was in an employment services program, serving job seekers who often had criminal justice involvement. And in many cases, it was very clear to me that they would, if they had gotten the support that they needed as young people, that they wouldn't be facing the current obstacles that I was seeing. And so I really urge you to please do everything in your power to implement the recommendations of the JJDPC in its presentation. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Bocanegra and then Elsa Schaefer. Paul, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, honorable supervisors and staff. Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you to all those who have shown up for our youth today. I am straight dumbfounded by the support that we have. Today, I'm here to speak on the juvenile conditions. As a survivor of the school to prison pipeline, serving over 25 years in the cages, from the juvenile cages to the adult cages, 12 years of solitary confinement, I know what happens in these cages. Today, we have no PREA, which saved lives in adult prison. We have no PREA in juvenile hall. We have no working body cams. We have a non-working x-ray machine. We have an empty camp spending millions of our tax dollars on absolute nothing. We have an empty, half-empty juvenile hall spending millions of dollars, tax dollars, on a half-empty juvenile hall. Jail food. We don't serve jail food to any other kids in the county except for those kids that are incarcerated. I just had to start with that. So improving the conditions at the juvenile hall is not something we can continue to put off. Delaying the study session for 2 months sends a message that young people inside these facilities are underserved and that their needs are not a priority. We are talking about young people being served food, about young people being served food, unacceptable youth on felony probation who are experiencing homelessness, and they were ready to come today, but this was canceled. A lack of adequate lockers or storage for their personal belongings, dirty carpets, deteriorating carpets in the facility that is supposed to support rehabilitation and dignity. We also need to address the absence of a meaningful PREA framework and the protections and accountability that come with it. I am running out of time. Thank you to the community. Let's get this done. Our youth are depending on us adults
Thank you for
to
your
make
comment.
the best decisions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I am about to go to our last speaker, Madam President. We did have one additional hand raised. Do we want to take that? Okay. Next is Elsa Schaefer, and then we'll finish with Sid Young. Elsa, please unmute and begin. Elsa? Can you please unmute and begin? All right.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, now, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm on a phone. Thank you so much. I'm Elsa Schaefer. I'm vice chair of the San Mateo County Democracy for America. I live in Menlo Park and have lived in San Mateo County for 40 years. I am a mother and a grandmother, as are many of you on the board. Thank you for listening to us this morning. I know you are not supposed to comment immediately at the end of this, but I really hope that you take all this commentary to heart. I was here at your December meeting and heard, along with you, the litany of amazing, one of you called them appalling and embarrassing conditions and situations at the juvenile hall. You had such humane, admirable, and heartfelt reactions to all the data you heard and the individual stories. We walked out so impressed with our board and grateful that you had those reactions. We're going to go look for computers for them. We're going to look into reimbursing one person's $70,000 spent to try to make their conditions better, like getting them pillows and things like that. And that you also yourselves volunteered to have this study session, which I heard this morning has now been canceled 4 times. We in the audience, and so much further than the people here today, ask you please, please to come back and remember those reactions and to take this situation seriously. I don't know who else has been talking with you since then, but if there are other people who say different things, please put us in the same room. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Sid Young, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. This morning I'm calling from the coast side. I live in Moss Beach. I hate to bring this up, but in 2001, they brought up the coast side, mid-coast alignment for the trails plan on Devil's Slide for the bypass. And it's been sitting in a drawer for a long time. And now, because of a local group called Red Alert Moss Beach, Montera, Caltrans is finally taking down the trees in the bypass that have been growing all that time. And I would like the county to finally take the LTP overlay and pull it out of the drawer. And it's in the LCP, and make the trails plan a reality. We have enough money in the Mid-Coast, Mid-Coast Parks Mitigation Fund to have the county make that trails plan happen. And that's the only thing really holding it up now. And it's supposed to be a passive park, not a highly built thing like Don Horsley Park down there in Tenitas Creek. So I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to go ahead with that plan since it's been lingering since 2001. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes general public comment.
President Corzo.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Mueller.
So I know it's unusual and we haven't set the agenda yet, but we have with us Congressman Liccardo. I know his time is important. So I'd like to go ahead and move up item 8 to right now. And if my colleagues would be amenable to that.
So I'd actually like to propose that we take the action to set the agenda. We move item 8 and then item 10 before item 1.
Which is item 10.
Item 10 is the agenda builder. We had a significant amount of public comment about study sessions, and I want to address that. So sorry to our folks that are waiting for presentations. But
if we're going to set the agenda, I'd like to move items 9, I believe it is, and 2 to consent.
Okay, so just for clarity, we would be moving items. Oh, I already got confused. Can you restate it?
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to move items 9 and 2 to consent, and we're going to move 8 and 10 to the front of the agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. I just want to note, Madam President, that the members of the public may not have understood that they had an opportunity, that they should have addressed items 2 and 9, prior to now. You probably want to take public comment on those two items before you ultimately adopt them.
That's fair. So we want to go ahead and just reopen public comment real quick on items 2 and 9.
Or the agendized comments, the agendized items?
So item
2 and 9.
Item 2 and 9, we just reopen. So item 9 is the resolution directing the county executive's office to do work on the permitting of humanoid robots. Item 2 is Purple Hearts Day proclamation, which candidly was already presented. And so we can go ahead and move that to consent. And I'd like to thank, by the way, as we do that, I want to thank Shannon Bennett from my office, who was a summer intern, that was her project. And we were very happy to see that come to fruition.
And just for the sake of making things a little bit more complicated, we actually have a correction we need to make to item 25, which is on the consent agenda. So I'm going to state that now, if my colleague will pass it to me so I can read it here. So we'd like to include an administrative correction to item 25 to reflect an initial partial term end date of December 31st, 2028. Yep, that's it.
So if there's any public comment on 9?
Yes, so we will reopen public comment for items 2 and 8.
9.
2 and 9.
Okay, did we want to do a roll call real quick on that motion or go back to that?
Yes, let's do a roll call.
So is the motion to approve the consent agenda as well? I think we'd want to take the comment before
First,
we.
got it. Yeah. All right, we only have one speaker card for item number 9. So Rich Sugin.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rich Seguin. I'm a Vice President with Local 2400, representing firefighters in San Mateo County. Speaking on behalf of the humanoid robots resolution and potential funding sources. In recent years, we've seen an uptick in lithium-ion battery fires due to thermal runaway. These fires burn hotter and more toxic than any typical structure fire we respond to. We continue to add more EVs to the roadways, battery storage to homes and businesses, scooters and portable storage in residents, and now we'll be adding humanoid robots to homes and potentially a manufacturing facility in the county. As union representation, one of my jobs is to help protect our firefighters while performing the duties to keep our public safe. A funding source like this in the resolution can be used to purchase necessary specialized equipment that we need to effectively and safely do this in San Mateo County. So with that being said, I just want to give our support for the resolution to create a mechanism of funding to help deal with the challenges of lithium-ion batteries in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go to Zoom.
Yes.
All right. This is again for commenting on items number 2 and 9 for Purple Heart proclamation and then the humanoid robots. So Julie Lind, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Julie Lind with the San Mateo Labor Council, and we're in support of this resolution. Technologically is advancing incredibly quickly, and government has an important responsibility to make sure that the guardrails and protections around that technology keep pace. And this resolution is an important continuation of work this board has already undertaken. In 2024, Supervisor Mueller led a resolution committing the county to maintain e-counting jobs as artificial intelligence advances, including through retraining, redeployment, and collaboration with workers. And last year, the board built on that commitment by requiring departments to assess the workforce impacts of AI and identify opportunities to create new positions as technology changes how public services are delivered. And these actions established an important principle. Technological progress and protecting working people aren't competing goals. This resolution carries that principle into the broader economy as humanoid robots move closer to widespread commercial deployment. And this is about more than jobs. Putting autonomous or semi-autonomous machines in restaurants, stores, workplaces, and other spaces where they interact directly with the public raises legitimate questions about accessibility, emergency response, fire and hazardous materials risk, and who's accountable when something goes wrong. Requiring appropriate safety standards, trained human oversight, and a meaningful permitting and enforcement process is a reasonable approach to responsible innovation. And workforce protections need to be part of those guardrails. Businesses should understand and account for the human consequences of deploying this technology, including potential job losses. And workers should have meaningful protections such as opportunities for redeployment, retraining, or other mitigation when their jobs are affected. The future of work must remain centered on human beings, their safety, their skills, their dignity, and the value of the work they perform. We appreciate your continued leadership on these issues and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And that concludes public comment for items 2 and 9.
Thank you. I will now, I think we can move on to roll call for setting the agenda.
All right, Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes to set the agenda, moving 8 and 10 before item 1, moving 2 and 9 to consent, and then doing the administrative correction to item 25 to the partial term ending date of December 31st, 2028.
So is the motion and the vote was to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda? Both those things.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on.
So item number 8.
Yes.
All right. So I want to thank my colleagues. Item number 8 is adopt a resolution directing the county executive officer to work with appropriate staff to develop an ordinance to prohibit, restrict, and otherwise regulate, the siting and operation of detention facilities and other similar institutional land uses within unincorporated San Mateo County. I want to thank President Corzo for joining me in bringing this item. And frankly, this all stems from the efforts of the federal government to build a mass detention immigration facility in Gilroy. In response to that, our esteemed Congressman Liccardo and his office went about doing the work of responding to see how we could go ahead and work in concert regionally to respond to this effort, which frankly has been undertaken in a manner which is rushed, haphazard, and puts people's safety in jeopardy. We all share the same hope to live in communities where families feel safe, secure, and able to thrive. And they're the foundation, that's the very foundation of having resilient communities. As discussions continue across the Bay Area about the potential construction or conversion of sites to mass immigration detention facilities, it's important that any such proposal be thoughtfully considered through the lens of public health, safety, infrastructure, environmental impacts, and appropriate land use. These aren't just simply discussions of policy. These are discussions about how people will be treated and live in such a facility should they end up in one. This is about recognizing our shared responsibility to make thoughtful decisions that protect the well-being of residents and preserve the strength and character of our communities, lest we repeat the terrible tragedies such as of what the Japanese experienced in the intern camps back in World War II. When families feel safe, neighbors feel connected, and residents have confidence that their voices are heard, communities become stronger and more resilient. I'd like to go ahead and offer President Corzo the opportunity to speak, and then we'll invite Congressman Liccardo to join us.
Thank you. I will be brief. I just want to thank Congressman Liccardo for keeping in mind San Mateo County and making sure that we are a part of being able to move this forward. I want to thank Supervisor Mueller for seeing a need, seeing a way that we can be proactive to make sure that we are playing offense and not just defense here in this county. This is the type of situation that demands that we use every single tool at our disposal. And so I'm grateful for this resolution to be able to move this forward. And I want to address the communities across the country that have unfortunately not had the benefit of having a protection like this. There are communities across our country that already have detention facilities, that have had them for decades, who have really borne the brunt of ICE raids and family separations and great trauma to not just the immigrant community, but the entire community at large. And it is through those tragedies that we are able to learn from that and learn about how we can prevent that from making it here to our county, to the Bay Area. And I also want to just shout out Santa Clara County for being a leader in the Bay Area and making sure that we are organized as 12 Bay Area counties to make sure that we are being proactive and preventing any detention facilities from opening here. And we have a coalition called Bay Area Belonging. Our county will be hosting the next convening, and I'm grateful to be a part of that coalition. And there's a lot of work that we're doing that is not always very public, but is very important, urgent, and has to be done in a timely way. So thank you. With that, I'll wrap it up. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to say anything before we hand over the mic to Congressman Liccardo. Okay, go ahead, Congressman Liccardo.
Thank you, President Corso, and to the board. And thank you, President, for your leadership, and Supervisor Mueller for your leadership, your partnership as well on this. I know that the board is very familiar with these issues. You have been leading in these areas for many, many years, particularly as I look at Supervisor Spear and her longstanding leadership on issues of health and on immigration. This is at the confluence of those issues, of course. The 10th Amendment provides you and other local counties and cities the ability to protect health and safety of your residents through land use. That's an important mechanism, and I come to you in a spirit of partnership to ask the County of San Mateo to consider becoming the first jurisdiction in the region to deploy its land use authority to impose conditions and reasonable restrictions that will prohibit unsafe ICE detention facilities, limit their locations, and ensure that you have the legal control over any facilities, operations, and characteristics to protect the health and safety of San Mateo County residents. I would point out, President Corso, you thanked me for including you. I should thank you because you are, in fact, leading the effort. The City of San Jose will be having a public hearing tomorrow. We have other cities that are quite interested in jumping in as well, and we thank you very much for being willing to go first. The state recently issued a report, that is the Department of Justice did here in California, detailing many of the factual conditions that provide you the legal basis for moving forward around health and safety concerns. The state DOJ's report this year detailed overcrowding, a lack of access to medical care, inadequate food and water, unsanitary conditions, and an alarming increase in fatalities in those ICE facilities here in California. We have 7 detention facilities in Southern California, no large detention facilities in Northern California. I, of course, would like to keep it that way. We've seen 6 deaths in those 7 facilities in a period of just half a year. We understand, I know you understand well, what that means for our communities. Of course, my motivations may expand beyond mere health and safety. I am deeply concerned about how these detention facilities enable ICE to conduct large-scale operations that severely disrupt our communities, our neighborhoods, our families. And I know that many of you may have those concerns as well, but I won't play the role of recovering attorney. I know your counsel will ensure that you stay focused on health and safety issues. There is a gap, I should note, and it's important to attend to, between intention and action. You are concerning a resolution today, and I'm grateful for that. It is going to be several months, I'm sure, before you have a final ordinance. And obviously your team, your council and planning staff need time to return to you with a final ordinance. In that period of time, of course, a detention facility could move forward in this county. Fortunately, California law, that is Government Code Section 65858, does provide local communities with the power to enact urgency ordinances. Essentially, these are temporary moratoria that can last between 45 days and a year, that enables you to have the time to do the work as well as the outreach that is required. I'd respectfully request that you consider doing so. and that enables you to return for board consideration with an urgency ordinance in a much more abbreviated timeline than with a typical matter. With that, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, but again, just want to thank you for your tremendous leadership and partnership.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, so I'm perfectly open and supportive of amending the proposal to have an urgency ordinance brought back to us at our next board meeting so that we could go ahead and enact an urgency ordinance for the time period that staff is working toward the ordinance.
Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Madam President. To Congressman Liccardo, I want to compliment you because in a setting today where the administration is more than antagonistic, a Department of Justice is willing to trample on local, state, and constitutional law, you have taken your role as congressman to find a way to serve your district and your counties that will provide the protection necessary, at least slow down their efforts to try and trample once again on all of these rights. So you've done what I think is absolute, some of the finest work, and I just want to compliment you on that.
Thank you, Supervisor. I want to thank Rania Mosen on our team for her hard work on this toolkit and her efforts. Thank you.
Supervisor Gaucher.
Yeah, I just want to say to Congressman Liccardo, thank you for your leadership and your work, and to my colleagues, thank you for reacting and responding so quickly on this issue. This was brought to my attention late last week, but to have this on the agenda today, it says a lot, and it makes me proud to be in San Mateo County. We were demonstrating that all of our residents matter, and they all belong, and they can count on this county to protect them. So again, I'm excited to see this moving forward to ensure that residents are safe here in San Mateo County.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Just want to echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you so much. I just have a quick question. In terms of, just so the public knows, in terms of ICE detention centers that are sort of being constructed, do you have any background on where those are taking place and sort of the scale of that?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. We know that certainly from public information, a facility was planned in Gilroy, another one in Dublin. Both of those projects are uncertain in terms of their timeline. And I think because the county, I believe, this county is involved in support through an amicus of the County of Santa Clara's efforts in litigation on that site in Gilroy. We know that delay is something that DHS has typically responded to by looking for other sites. And they have $38 billion in last year's budget, which I opposed, to go find other sites and pay other landowners whatever they want to be able to build other facilities. And so we expect they'll be looking at other locations. And so that is one reason why I'm so appreciative that the County of San Mateo is considering moving forward now to provide a role model for other cities and counties. If we can get everybody to move together, that could keep us all much safer.
No, that sounds fantastic. One of the things I was thinking about, and I don't know if it's for this specific piece of legislation as potentially as we move forward through a potential urgency ordinance, but is really, and I don't know the conversations that have been taking place with your colleagues in Congress, but any sort of ICE detention center, moving forward through the United States of America, it's a serious issue. I mean, I really think, and so what I would just offer is to kind of understand what we can do to make sure that there isn't an ICE detention center in Gilroy, Dublin, but there isn't one in Charlotte, North Carolina. And so I think, to me, and I think to a lot of folks, that's just critically important. So I know this conversation will continue, but I just really want to thank both the authors of the legislation, and particularly you for your leadership. It's hard to put your neck out there on an issue that may be divisive, and so I think how you've moved forward and moving forward in a regional manner is critical. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor. I should note that you're the ones that are showing the leadership and taking action. I'm the cheerleader, so thank you.
Keep
for your
cheering.
willingness to take action.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, and just while we're spreading the thanks, I want to express my gratitude to our county counsel's office and our county executive's office. We come to them more often with being the first, and they always rise to the occasion. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and move the item and move the item also with the direction that it come back with an urgency ordinance at our next meeting.
We'll certainly work with planning staff and with your staffs to identify the relevant findings of imminent harm, et cetera, and we'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Second. Roll call, please.
All right, Supervisor Spear? Aye. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corso?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 10, which is our agenda builder. And I will be introducing this item. Give me 1 second to get to my notes. So I wanted to just give some background here. Our agenda builder is meant to help us as a board be clear and in agreement on what priorities, what issue areas we would like to spend our time studying, when, and also to provide clear information to the community on what they can expect as well. Being that we are making some changes, I wanted to make sure we had a conversation to update this. And so for the sake of transparency here, I want to say that in terms of the juvenile justice study session, I frankly felt like it would be a little too much to do 2 study sessions in 1 week for staff and the board. And so that is why this study session was postponed. I also know that, it is a hot topic of concern for the community. I'm going to address that and share some background because I am the liaison now to the Juvenile Justice and Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. First and foremost, I want to say that I'm grateful for all of the attention on this topic. I think I can hands down say that every single member of our board and every single county employee cares about our young people. And some of the information that is shared publicly is frankly misinformation. Some of it, there are always areas to improve. But I can understand why some of what is shared sounds very alarming and like it's like crisis level worthy. And I, for example, the PREA concerns, we have, and this is something I worked on, I want to say 2 years ago, on the probation department website, there is information on how a family or a young person, how anyone can file a complaint or a grievance. There is information for the Office of Youth and Community Restoration Ombudsman Unit. There is information on how to file a facility grievance. There's information on how to file a citizen complaint. And so the assertion that there's no way for anyone or a young person to make a complaint is just simply not true. There can be improvements made. I do think, for example, if there's specific PREA information, we can add that, and we should. But this is available publicly. It is available in multiple languages. And I also want to share that while almost every single juvenile hall across the state, across the country has had, unfortunately, in decades past, cases of, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, like sexual assault and rape of young people. It's a really hard topic to wrap your mind around. And that is absolutely wrong. And all of those people deserve justice. our chief of probation, Chief John Keene, took this concern very seriously. He can tell you exactly how long ago. I want to say like 10 years ago at least. And he fought with the union to make sure that every single employee and every single space in the juvenile hall currently has both video and audio recording to make sure that no young person is ever in jeopardy of that kind of abuse. And so some of the concerns I understand, because I actually have most of my family have been incarcerated here in San Mateo County in the past. And frankly, conditions were very concerning in the past. And I think all of us take that very seriously. But we do have to, I do think it's important that we clarify what changes have been made to address those concerns of the past, and that we are all having the same conversation about what our starting place is. In terms of the food, I know several of us have gone to the juvenile hall, have had the food. The food is regulated by the state. All of the food that young people get in the juvenile hall is planned and approved by a dietitian for every single young person, and they are given extra food when they want it. I gotta admit, it's not McDonald's. It's not, like home cooking. It's not what young people probably crave or what they're used to when they're out and they're at home. But I don't think that it is inedible. And I have gone and tried it myself. I'm more than willing to go again. I've met with the chefs that prepare the food for the young people. Many of them actually worked at the juvenile hall when they had a functioning kitchen at the juvenile hall, and they care about those young people. And so I'm not saying that the food is perfect, but I don't think that the assertions that it's inedible are fully true. And I also want to address that, I heard that the study session has been postponed or canceled 4 times. I think it's been twice from my recollection. I don't think it's been 4 times. And then the last thing that I will say is that we have in this community many people on all sides wanting to help young people. I love the idea of a dashboard. I think that's a great idea. I do think there are improvements that can be made. One of them that is actually already being implemented is that young people now have more services being offered to them in the juvenile hall than they ever had before. And that should be acknowledged. And we approved that, I want to say 2 months ago at this dais. And so basically, as a liaison, I'm gonna be a little honest here right now. I heard someone I respect dearly give a public comment and say we should all get in the same room and have the same conversation. I have been in that room, and I can tell you that it is hard to have the same conversation when folks seem to have other motivations for what they're coming in for. I have been to the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission meetings several times. I will tell you that as someone that cares deeply about young people, I have seen staff and I myself have felt like I am being interrogated by commissioners and disparaged at times. And that is not a collaborative space. We created a survey that was mentioned earlier that supposedly there was 40 hours of preparation for this study session. I have not seen that collaborative spirit personally, and neither have my staff. We shared a survey for every commissioner to respond to talk about where they're supported, where they could get more support. Do they understand their role? a very objective, fair survey. I got an email back from the commission saying that they want to have a meeting so that they can respond one time to the survey. I don't understand what that's about. It's odd to me. It's odd to me that there's not like a feeling of safety that every individual commissioner can respond individually. So I'm just going to wrap up, but basically, I do think that we all need to be in the same room having the same conversations. It is really hard to do that when there is a when the tone in that space is not mutually respectful to everyone that is there. And I can also tell you that I have known group supervisors that have worked in the juvenile hall for decades that bring formerly incarcerated individuals back to speak to and mentor and motivate young people incarcerated in the juvenile hall. People that work in the juvenile hall care deeply about the young people there. They are not there to harm them. And so it is hard for staff to be in a space where they are constantly attacked and not, and they don't feel like they're part of rowing in the same direction and working together to better serve young people. So I'm going to end it there, and I'm happy to pass it over to my colleague, Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo. I'm President Corzo. So I just wanted to share with folks a little bit about the background about what happened here, because sometimes it's not always apparent. And I heard a few people talk about when they came to the podium, the fact that, well, there might be something going on with budget, but this is the fourth time. And so I think it's fair to both President Corzo and for all of you to understand what happened was that about 3 weeks ago, we received the calculation that our vehicle license fee shortfall for next year is going to be close to $250 million, $230 million, potentially unfunded by the state, which has devastating consequences for county services and for all of our cities. It could put every city budget in San Mateo County into the red. It will have devastating impacts across all of our social services in the county. And so with that news, we had to go into high gear in the county to go ahead and respond to that as quickly as possible. And there have been ongoing discussions taking place across all of our cities, across our county executive's office, and in Sacramento. Everyone's entirely engaged in this process. We have a very short window to the end of August where the legislature will still be engaged this year to address this issue. So it is imminent and could not be more urgent. And in all of that, what ended up happening was, and President Corzo didn't know it, she had probably the largest, most complicated study session dropped in her lap last week to have to run a study session this week, not only with all of us, which as you can imagine can be unwieldy at times, and all of the public, but every city in the county also participating in the study session. So with all of that, you can now understand why the prospect of having to do 2 study sessions in the same week, as complicated as this, could be daunting. And so while I understand folks came today maybe looking at this from the lens that there might be something, it's been canceled so many times, and is it personal to us? It wasn't personal to you. It wasn't personal to you. We're just trying to solve a problem right now that's just incredibly imminent and urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
Thank you. I think there's some lessons learned here. One is, to the greatest extent possible, when we schedule a study session, we should do everything in our power to retain it. I had requested this study session last December. For lots of important reasons, it got postponed. But today is a good example of what happens when you postpone a study session. People are very concerned about it. They come and they speak. And frankly, if we had the study session, we could have addressed a lot of these issues. So far, on this particular issue, we have heard from one side. It's an important message, but it's one side, and we need to hear from both sides. I have been up to Juvenile Hall. I've had the lunch there. I encourage my colleagues to try and make time to do it. It is an impressive facility. Now, I haven't met with the the juveniles yet, but I do think that there's lots of positive elements to the program there. It's a beautiful outdoor facility. It's important to remember that those who are there, and there are close to 30 or 32 juveniles, they are there because they have been convicted of very serious crimes. Crimes like murder, attempted murder, sexual assault. And they're spending their time there for anywhere from 8, 10 years until they're 25. Plus, we have some, since there's the closure of the state facility, that have now been moved to our juvenile site. So the issue about iPads, that's something I was going to take action on immediately. And then I found out, well, they actually do have access to iPads. They do have access to computers. One of the reasons why they lose access to computers is because they are looking at prostitution or pornographic sites. So there are two sides to the story. We want to hear both sides. A great lesson, though, is that as much as possible, we should try and keep those dates. E-bikes is another one where we've had to have that technically 2 or 3 times. And I just think we should, to the greatest extent possible, retain the dates that we slate for them. And finally, there's one other issue I want to bring up that we should consider. It's as urgent as the detention facilities, and that is to have our elections department director meet with us, whether it doesn't necessarily have to be a study session, but a presentation. We have to make sure that our sites are going to be secure for the elections in November. There's great concern across this country that these midterm elections could be impacted by ICE and others coming in to try and scare people away from election sites. So there's lots of lessons learned on every side of this issue, and I hope that we will take it into account in the future.
Supervisor Gaucher.
I just want to say thank you for that comment, and I do agree we keep things on par. There are two sides to every story, and I'm so glad that Chief Keene is here in the room. We have sat down and had some of these conversations as well, and I know there's an opportunity to really address some of the comments and the commentary that's in the public. I'm looking forward to sitting down with everyone to have that conversation on both sides, and I'm hopeful that we'll walk away knowing that we all care about the youth in our county, and we want them to be safe. I have not gone to have food there, but I will plan to have a meal at the site as well so that I can know firsthand. I sit on the JJCC, so working with Chief Keene and all those who are interested. Let's just continue to have conversation about what's important to us.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
I think dialogue and discourse are extremely important. I don't know what the schedule is. This is Supervisor Corzo's, committee and oversight. I trust Supervisor Corzo's judgment. I used to serve on the JJPDC. That being said, though, I think we're all we have an interest, and the interest is making sure that we do our best for those children who are within the facility. And I just think, as we move forward, and I don't know what the schedule is, maybe it's this year, maybe it's next year, but I just think a convening is especially important from the staff perspective, as well as the members who sit on the commission. I'll just speak to the membership a little. I've had the opportunity to work with them, no different than with the Youth Commission. I think you have people who are extraordinarily earnest in their work, people who really do want to make a difference. And I think on both sides, I think Chief Keen's side as well as this side, I think we all want to make sure that we're able to help our children, provide them the resources they need to be successful. And make no mistake about it, they are young people, they are children, and we are a county that believes in rehabilitation. And so I do think moving forward, I think a convening or study session would be important so that both sides could really have a discussion. So I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So with that, I do want to invite Chief Keen to give some brief comments, and then we can actually get to the agenda builder and talk about dates and whatnot. So welcome, Chief Keen.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief because I understand we will certainly have an opportunity to speak to these things further. I want to say to the public that I completely understand the interest in the issues. And if I were in their shoes and heard some of the things that were represented, I would be very concerned as well. But I think there is an important kind of measure that comes from this, which is the importance of people who are given positions to ensure that they provide accurate information. Intentionally misleading comments can lead to, I think, unfortunate situations where we have to address things in a way that seems combative, because that's not the intention. The intention has always been for our department to be collaborative with the groups that we work with, collaborative with the community as a whole, and transparent in the way we do our work. I look forward to the opportunity to speak to all these issues in detail because, frankly, many of them are completely false. Typically, people who know me well know that I tend to be very collegial and will step to a mic and find ways to find middle grounds on issues and speak to things in a way that doesn't seem as if we're putting one side against another. And I want to maintain that decorum here today. But I want to be clear that a large percentage of what's been said is either flat out untrue or have been misrepresented in such a way that the general public who do not work in our space, who have the opportunity to come and see what we do, are being misled. And I want to address those things. I want to reassure the public so that they have confidence in the work that we do. We are certainly by no means perfect. This is an imperfect business, meaning that continuous improvement is always our goal. There is no finish line when it comes to serving young people. It is an opportunity for us to learn, to be better, to improve, and also to find ways to be as collaborative as you possibly can be. So with that said, I will say that I look forward to the opportunity for us to actually get in the room and actually unpack these things in a way that is meaningful and respectful, and most importantly, earnest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Keen. With that, I believe that we would like to have our juvenile justice study session at the next board meeting, which is the 25th. So for the public, that is how we will be updating our agenda builder. We'll also be making the update to include the VLF study session, which will be happening on Thursday. And then I'm open to any other discussion regarding future future study session topics, if any of my colleagues would like to raise any. No senior housing?
I'll operate, at the purview of the board chair. If we could move forward with the senior housing, I do think it's important in light of data that has come out recently from our housing department. So, but I'll leave that at your pleasure, Madam Chair, where you feel the best, where you feel that's appropriate. And so I know you might have issues of urgency, so we'll work around your schedule, your calendar.
So are we able to pull up the agenda builder? I just want to have the visual so we can all look at the same thing here. So we actually had senior housing slated for the 25th. So we will now be, sounds like we'll now be doing juvenile justice.
Perfect.
Do we want to do senior housing? We could do it, we have shared prosperity for September 15th, so we could do it. I frankly think 2 study sessions in 1 month is a lot, especially when we have longer meetings. But and mind you, I want to just remind us that we did not have 1 study session every single month last year. I think we had maybe like 4 total last year, if I'm correct. So I think we could do senior housing October.
Yeah, why don't we find time to do it in October, maybe the 3rd or 4th week? And if there's anything that comes up, do you have anything scheduled on the 1st and 2nd week? I don't think
We have department presentations in October.
Oh, we do. Okay.
We could do September because the end of the year gets a little busy. The second meeting in September.
It's also budget meeting.
Oh.
Okay. Do we want to, maybe we could take the conversation offline, Supervisor
Okay.
Corso, and I can work with you and your staff, or my staff can work with your staff.
Okay,
and
so we'll
find a
put
date appropriate.
TBD for senior housing, and we'll put 825 for probation and juvenile justice. And any additions from the rest of my colleagues or edits? Okay. So
Did we not take public comment on this item already?
we took public comment all at the beginning. Remember,
That's
we're
right, on
doing
these
them-
2 items in particular. You are right, though, that we did not take public comment on the rest of the agendized items.
We took it for general public comment, but not for the agendized items.
Oh, did we agendize it? Okay, well, so are we doing public comment now?
We have not taken public comment on, then we probably should take it now.
Okay, so let's move on to public comment.
All right, I do not have any speaker cards and chambers for item number 10. If there's anybody online. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Chair Rasmussen, let me go ahead and get the timer up. 1 moment.
Thank you so much. So if we could just get a little bit more information on what would be asked of us for the juvenile justice study session as far as the time, and then we can prepare. We'll certainly answer all the questions that came up in comments, but if we could have a little bit more information as to what time and what our role will be, that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, and if there's any public comment for online for item number 10, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing no hands raised. Public comment is done for item 10.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Do we need? Okay. I think I can take a motion to update the agenda builder. Thank you. Roll call.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to update this study.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item number 1.
Actually,
Madam President,
we have to
might I?
take we have to take public comment on all agendized items.
That was going to be my suggestion, is we take public comment on all agendized items, except the one item that is set for a public hearing, which I think is item 5.
I'm out of practice, and we're doing public comments differently now, so apologies for that. So let's go ahead and take public comment on all agendized items now.
Madam President, I have a question.
Yes.
So number 6, which is the introduction of an ordinance, is that going to be a separate hearing, or are people expected to speak now?
I think the thought was that people could speak now unless the board president yourselves wanted to go ahead and hold public comment on item 6 until that time. That would be
Well, I would
your
like
prerogative.
to hold comments until we actually take up the item, because some people I don't think are here yet.
Understood. So I guess the motion at your pleasure, President, would be public comments on all items except items 5 and 6.
Okay, sure. I do want to share, though, that I think this was my concern when we moved to this new way of doing public comments. And I think we just need to pick one way. So we either have all of public comments at the beginning of the meeting, or we have public comments during the items. I think both is very confusing, and it's also really hard to manage from my perspective. So, yeah, I think going forward, I would prefer that we go back to how public comment was originally. And yeah, we will do that at the next meeting. Okay, let's move on to public comment for all agendized items. Thank you, Kim.
All right, let's go ahead and we have 3 speaker cards in chambers. Frida Ejet and then Michelle Yee. Are they there? And their comments for item number 3.
That's a fun surprise. Hi, everyone. Great to see everyone. President Corzo, members of the board, County Executive Callaghy, and my fellow San Mateo County residents. My name is Frida Ejet. I am a proud mother, first and foremost, behavioral health commissioner and co-founder of the Futures Commission, an intergenerational governance initiative with young people co-leading community decision-making. Thank you so much for proclaiming International Youth Day. Last December, this board made history with its resolution supporting the well-being of current and future generations by affirming the UN Declaration on Future Generations, making us the first U.S. adoption. So we like to be the first, as I learned earlier. With Gen Z reporting historic lows in trust in government, loneliness and despair through a variety of different factors, today's proclamation is especially meaningful. We have a pretty simple theory of change. We empower young people with future skills and make them genuine co-creators of the policies they inherit, resulting in improved mental health outcomes and more innovative solutions that reduce future SOX disruptions. The evidence behind this thesis is very clear. When people genuinely co-design decisions, trust rises in government, in each other, and in societies. So over the past 6 months, with the board's landmark resolution as our guide, more than 700 young people alongside peer and adult coaches in Half Moon Bay, in Daly City, in South San Francisco, Redwood City, and East Palo Alto have shared the futures they want and initial steps to actually make them real. Flipping the career ladder, where life skills are built into community to serve community. Wellness community hubs, where in every neighborhood delivering shared service models of financial planning, healthcare, intergenerational mentoring, food access, while building stronger social connections amid rising temperatures. So just leaving you with an anecdote, a youth told me just the other day, we're not the leaders of tomorrow, we're the leaders of today. And so the invitation is, how might we acknowledge its promise with this proclamation? Yes, absolutely elevating youth programs and initiatives, and also truly partnering across generations. Thank you.
All right, Michelle Yee and then Karen Cunningham.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michelle Yee, and I'm a senior in high school. I'm also the co-founder of Project EDSA, which is a global youth-led initiative advancing eating disorder support and awareness. Fun fact, I've been recognized by the Board of Supervisors and just the county twice. I really appreciate this proclamation recognizing International Youth Day, and especially the importance of recognizing youth voices. For me, advocacy started when I realized there was not enough resources for students struggling with eating disorders and body image in my own school. So I worked with other youth to create Project EDSA last year. What started as an idea between 2 teenagers has grown to volunteers and chapters representing 59 countries. That experience has shown me that youth can change the world. We can identify problems, bring new perspectives, and create solutions. That's why I believe youth are trusted leaders and are valuable in decision-making spaces. I hope San Mateo County continues to create meaningful opportunities for youth to participate. Thank you for recognizing this day and for giving us the opportunity to be heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Karen Cunningham.
Good morning, Madam President and Board of Supervisors, my friends.
I'm here to speak very briefly on item 12, the Measure K funds relative to CAFE. And why I want to speak to you about this is when CAFE approached Brisbane, my name's Karen Cunningham. I'm a former mayor of Brisbane, so people know why I'm telling you this. When CAFE first approached Brisbane, right after we'd gone through the horrors of COVID, there was very little energy left in Brisbane for people to take on new projects. But the presentation that was brought to me by Ann Keegren made me think it's not just about the seniors. It's about all of us and how that connection works. So I unilaterally took on the project to get Brisbane CAFE certified, and they were certified in 2023. I think you're going to see a 1-minute video of the last presentation that was done in Brisbane for the county and how well received it was by the seniors in our county. So I really urge you to really think hard about putting a little extra money in to make sure we get the rest of the cities. And I think there's only 3 more cities in San Mateo County that are not CAFE certified. And what has happened as a result of that certification is it has brought the seniors, the YAC, the Youth Advisory Committee, and everybody in between together to look at a community perspective as a whole. Very holistic collaboration happened as a result of that. And it is something that I think the Brisbane people are very proud of. I think when you see this video, and I'll make sure you get the full 5-minute copy to look privately after this, it was an absolutely phenomenal event that really brought the entire community and the people of the county together. So thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Zoom. Again, this is comments for agendized items except for 5 and 6. This is a final call. All right, we have Victoria and then Marty. Victoria, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Victoria McBelong, Chair of the San Mateo County Arts Commission. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for your support for the San Mateo County Office of Arts and Culture, including the San Mateo County Poet Laureate Program. Thank you, Antonio, for going above and beyond in your role as Poet Laureate. You clearly believe in the power that art has to connect people and create positive change, and demonstrate that in both your professional and personal lives. Many, many congratulations to you and Maddie. We're so honored that you've shared this beautiful moment in your epic love story with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, Marty and Medina, please unmute and begin. Marty, are you there?
Hey,
Are you there?
yes, good morning. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Marty Medina. I am the San Bruno City Council member from District 4. I am proud to support San Bruno's certification as an age-friendly city through the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence, CAFE. Through community focus groups and the Age-Friendly Task Force, we have listened directly to residents and identified both our strengths and areas for improvement. This certification turns that work into a long-term commitment. An age-friendly San Bruno means safer sidewalks, more accessible public spaces, reliable transportation, and opportunities for recreation, social connection, and civic participation. It also means recognizing older adults as valued community members whose experience and ideas help shape our future. These improvements benefit everyone, families, workers, and people with disabilities. Our Senior Center and Senior Advisory Board have already established a strong foundation. I respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to support this certification and help us continue building a welcoming and accessible San Bruno for people of all ages and abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Now we will move on to item number 1. And with that, I would like to welcome our Poet Laureate, Antonio Lopez, to the mic to share some pretty beautiful words, and I think everyone should try not to cry, because my understanding is that these were actually his wedding vows. So welcome, come on up. And I also want to congratulate Antonio for receiving the National Award from the Academy of American Poets, which I believe less than 25 poets across the nation receive every year. Is that correct? Every year. And you make San Mateo County proud. And thank you for being such an important voice right now.
Emotional morning, huh, guys? Good morning. Wow, I'm very grateful to be here as always. President Corso, Supervisors Gosher, Canepa, Mueller, Spear, County Executive Staff, everyone in the public. I want to also just commend, well, first of all, I want to commend the County of Arts and Culture for getting me a parking pass so I can stay here longer. I used to start off putting an hour, then an hour and a half, so it's good that I can be here. That was just banter. But really also, I want to also, in the words of former Larry Moody, lift up the words of the commissioners that spoke. I know that as someone who's a former elected, the antagonism of politics is important but tough. And I want to commend everyone, because it takes everyone in order to able to get the work done. And I think Chief Keene said it best. We're all invested in the welfare of our youth, all of our youth. And I think the voices that were heard today, as someone who, as you mentioned, President Corzo, my work is, as Poet Laureate is going to the incarcerated facilities of our county. I've had the great pleasure of working with Melissa Wagner and going into Maple Street. And I just want to say, those are adults, but the folks in there, you wouldn't believe the things they were accused of, because when you see them, the reform, the rehabilitation, the time they've had to reflect, and really in my purview as Poet Laureate, being able to hear the stories of these, in my case, the young men, their vulnerability. We've had sessions where they've gotten emotional, right, in the multipurpose room at Maple Street. And so I just want to lift up the power of the arts at this time, the power of culture, because I think there's so much empowerment that comes into telling your story in your words. And I look forward to working with Hillcrest and working with the various facilities to continue to democratize that public good, which is art. And of course, lifting up the work of Amy and Mara in the county. I think we've had over 50 events so far that either we've created, participated in, everything from Human Services Agency to the North Fair Oaks County Community Center. So we're everywhere and anywhere. And because we really do believe in this work, in poetry, and saying yes to poetry, not just in April. A lot of exciting updates in my life, personally and professionally. I also want to say I graduated from Stanford, my PhD in June. So I received my doctorate.
Oh my God, I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
Congratulations, Dr.
Thanks.
Antonio Lopez.
No, you're good. I say that to say a lot of big personal wins, professional wins. I'll be going to DC next week representing the county for the Poet Laureate Fellowship. We're going to be at the Library of Congress. So I'll definitely send a picture to Callaghan and the whole team to show San Mateo County. We're in San Mateo County, looking good. But I think my most biggest update is I got married 2 Sundays ago. And in New York, thank you very much. Yeah, marriage is nice. So, as President Corzo shared or suggested, every time I come to these quarterly meetings, I'm like, what the heck am I going to say? Like, what work encapsulates e-bikes and senior housing and juvenile justice, prevention commission. And for me, it's like, well, at the end of the day, we're human beings. And so much of the work that we do, as Dr. King says, justice is what love looks like in public. And so I think I want to share with you a bit of love this morning. So I'm going to read to you the vows that I read to my wife. And obviously there's some specific references, but I think you'll get the spirit of it. So this is just titled Vows from Madeline. Maybe I'll change it, but they're vows from Madeline. So, all right. So imagine like we're at a park, at a boathouse. There's like a mariachi playing and there's like people. My mom sang too. It was really nice. Anyways, vows for Madeline. Madeline, before I say my vows, I wish to express my gratitude. Gratitude to the Almighty first and foremost. To the angels in my corner, most notably ours truly, the efficient Paige Hill, a.k.a. Paigey Wagey. Were it not for her and a strong assist from Brian Cabral, in his words, a stellar recommendation, we would not be standing before you all this evening on this most gorgeous of Sundays, surrounded by the love that radiates around us. To you, Maddie, for ranking California third on your regional preference list and winding up in one of Mexico's greatest capitals, East San Jose, to teach at Mount Pleasant High School. To Yesenia Rubio Gudino, your roommate, for tutoring you on all things raza, for your embrace of this raza. It's hollering, it's going for the jugular. Find the most traumatic thing about your childhood and give it a nickname, humor. For always humoring me, for helping me to unlearn the violence of my past, for teaching me that love could carry me across a country, a culture. And so I vow to you, mi chulada, mi esposa, mi chupa rosa, to tend to you the way my grandmothers tend to a flame, always and only a few paces away. There are fewer things more ancient than learning what it means to love while on this earth. La leña y el fogón, las manos que tortillan como un aplauso, the heat, the loved ones that gather around and sit in plastic chairs, las hosanas sonando desde la bocina de la plaza, las señoras vendiendo longanizas a las 7 de la mañana, ya ni tiznan, the kindle crackling, stoked for being fed. That is how I promise to love you, like this has always been yours too. I promise to press snooze on my phone at least once a week and watch how the light travels your body. Te juro, I'm going to wake you up when I wake up, especially when you need to be awake, to pick up as many large, iced skinny vanilla lattes as God and Pete's Coffee and Tea Company can muster. To celebrate all your victorias as my victorias, to be your biggest cheerleader and defender to the ends of the earth and to the Stanford Department of Sociology. She got a PhD in sociology. To be, I promise, in all the business and busyness of our days, to stop and hold what needs to be held, especially each other. I swear to sleep on only one side of the bed, even when you are not there, because without you physically next to me, I can't. I will do my very best while you're away to water the plants the way I feel watered whenever you come home. For you to be home, whether home is an apartment in Redwood City or Brooklyn or London or whatever land we find ourselves in. To dance until our feet can't, and even then we can wiggle. To teach our children Spanish and Italian, so help me Dios, and Duolingo. To make sure the flight you're on is indeed the same flight I am on, so we don't get to our gate and realize 10 minutes to boarding, oh shoot, you're in C14 and we're in A29, and we race to one of the most romantic venues of our lives, customer service at American Airlines. In Dallas, 3 days before our wedding, and we're on standby, and alhamdulillah, the gate agent, a kind Arab man, puts us together on the next flight, and yes, we're finally on the plane. Together. We're going to get there. It's hella hot inside this plane, but we're going to get there. And we're still on the runway. Why are we still on the runway? And the pilot announces, folks, we're having some trouble with the AC. We're going to try to turn on the second engine. And after about 10 minutes, it feels like a Baptist church. The passengers fanning themselves with the in-flight literature. I love how airplanes still use the word literature, Mike Callaghy. And we deplane and wait another 3 hours for another plane. And you ask me to watch your stuff, and I promise, Maddie, to always watch your stuff. So you can pace the terminal in circles to keep your and our sanity. And finally, at 1 a.m., we land. I vow, what your grandmother insisted, to not be separated from one another for too long. I promise to never stop admiring you, your beauty, your compassion, your smile as big as a room, your intellect. Above all, I promise to hold the difficult moments, the curveballs life will throw at us, but also the little moments, the frustrating moments, the everyday moments that have made and will make up our life. One of my greatest joys in my life is coming home from work and seeing you curled on our suede sofa, blue like the blanket of hydrangeas you curl under, a carton of Costco grapes in one hand, a bag of chocolate chips in the other, your phone pinging as you rack up streaks in a language neither you nor your grandparents spoke to each other, and the only one mine ever did. One of those quiet summer nights in California where the birds are chirping out the window and I say, look, look, the way baby Arlo says, look, look. A flock of foos are popping wheelies by the pool of this new apartment complex. And I think to myself, aren't those fellas afraid their bikes are going to fall in the pool? I think, how silly, how wild, all it took for us to have met the beginning of this American bloodline of ours. Ellis Island on one side and a hole in a fence on the other, a steamboat groaning out of the Sicilian port of Palermo, and a car with my dad inside heading north. I stand by this dock and am amazed at how narrow the distance between Leota and Lopez and Anderson is now. Before everyone here, I promise you, Maddie, to look at you across any aisle, a supermarket, a plane, a boathouse, a board of supervisors meeting, and say, I've made it. Thank you.
I have an important question. Did you really say Mike Callaghan's name in your vows?
No.
Okay. I was about to say I'm jealous. Why Mike?
Mike Callaghan's, he's doing good work.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, unfortunately, Mike, you didn't make the cut in my vows. That was a curveball to keep people animated. I saw him engaged, so I was like, I'm gonna hit him with that. Wake him up.
Okay.
You need to be waking up, by the way.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Congratulations. You are excelling. We're proud of you. Anything my colleagues would like to share? No?
I just want to say congratulations for the young man from East Palo Alto that is doing amazing things. Congratulations on all your accomplishments, your PhD, your marriage, and the award for your poetry. We are very proud to say you're from this region.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. And we can take scheduling offline, but I'd love to go with you to Maple Street Center and also the YSC.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the stories, like I still hear the poems that those folks read, and there's just so much power, and some of the funding that is going to come out of this fellowship is for an anthology, One County Under Bars, which is going to be a publishing formerly and currently incarcerated poets within our facilities and who've gone to reenter. Because I do think, to everyone's point, it's deeply important that we hear those voices and give those testimonios, as we say in Alas, in order to empower them to be self-determined, in order to affect change, affect policy, and just to empower themselves, having been through those institutions. So would be honored, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, we're all done.
Thanks, everybody.
Moving on to item. Oh, okay. We're going to actually take a 5-minute break.
The time is 11:18. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The time is 11:32 a.m. and all supervisors are present from break.
Thank you. We are back in session and we will be moving on to item number 3, presentation of a proclamation designating August 12th as International Youth Day. Sponsors Supervisor Ray Mueller and Supervisor David J. Canepa. Who would like to speak first? Supervisor Mueller.
I can go and start, sure. So thank you. I'm proud to be co-sponsoring this proclamation with Supervisor Canepa and all the work he's done with the Youth Commission. This year, the United Nations has chosen a theme that resonates deeply with what we see right here in our community, different context, common aspirations. What do young people want? They want dignity, they want opportunity, they want a sustainable future where the climate is secure, and they want meaningful participation in decisions that shape their lives. This work really just, it's funny, we celebrate a Youth Day, but it's work that really needs to happen every day. And I'm reminded of it just by the fact we had 7 interns in our office this summer, and the amount of energy and enthusiasm and zeal for what the future holds for them has made a tremendous impact in our work. And on September 2nd, we actually are holding a youth town hall on the coast. We're not going to present the proclamation today. We're going to present it to the youth at the town hall on that day. But I'd like to go ahead and offer the mic to Supervisor Canepa, and then I want to invite one of my interns, Addison Butler, up, who worked on this effort. And then I believe we have another guest speaker, Ryan Chu, who's the incoming chair for the San Mateo County Youth Commission, to also speak with us. But first, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you so much. And thank you, Supervisor Mueller, for including me on this proclamation. Here in San Mateo County, we have 150,000 young people in this county. And International Youth Day is officially recognized on August 12th. Our Youth Commission continues to do wonderful work. And the work that the Youth Commission has done spans from e-cigarettes, it spans to addressing issues such as mental health, healthcare. And so this commission is a commission that has advanced many ideas. Those ideas over a period of years have seen themselves be adopted by this board and past boards. And so I'm delighted to co-sponsor this particular piece of legislation and just recognize that our youth are important. And if you're a young person out there listening to this, you really can change the world. You can change the county. And it's incumbent on us as policymakers to ensure that we listen to our young people. If our young people have ideas that they want to advance, we should listen to those ideas and implement them in policy, and we've done that. And so with that, I will kick it back right to you, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano, and I'm reminded of the Whippets work that your Youth Commission did as well, which was so impactful. With that, Addison, if you would like to come forward.
Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Ellie, and Ms. Vario. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am honored to be here to talk about the International Youth Day proclamation that I worked on as an intern in Supervisor Mueller's office. International Youth Day is meant to highlight the importance of youth in our communities and elevate their voices and perspectives that they bring forward. This proclamation is meant to celebrate youth who are the forefront of creating change within the county, but also those who are not visibly involved yet still have an impact on their peers. Youth from around the county impact each other by involving themselves in community events, volunteering, and using their voices to help spark change. One of the reasons it was important to bring this proclamation forward is because we are facing an unprecedented time in our communities. We are dealing with a difficult job market, rapid global warming, and an increasing presence of AI in everyday life and in the workforce, among other issues. In speaking with my peers, we are seeking opportunities to help our communities, and without jobs, we are often not able to help even ourselves. We are also facing a lack of employability and affordability and increasing competition when trying to enter the workforce. I believe that San Mateo County can be a forward-moving county with the new generation in mind. But how are we going to progress if we don't prioritize youth? I want to thank you for planting seeds of progress in youth's minds to encourage them to grow within this county and make San Mateo flourish. I appreciate Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Canepa for bringing youth voices to the forefront. And speaking of, I will hand the floor to Ryan Chow, the incoming chair for the San Mateo County Youth Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, President Corzo and honorable members of the board. My name is Ryan Chow. I'm 17 years old, high school senior from Westmore High School, and I had the privilege of serving as chair of the San Mateo County Youth Commission for the 2026 to 2027 year. On behalf of our 34th cohort of commissioners, thank you for proclaiming August 12th as International Youth Day here in San Mateo County. But first, I want to introduce our commission. Our commissioners come from Half Moon Bay and East Palo Alto, from Atherton and Redwood City. We speak different languages at home, and some of us walk 10 minutes to a meeting, while others take 2 buses and a train. We have this diversity because the Youth Commission is ambitious about representing youth voice in county policy. Being from Daly City, I'm one of the first Youth Commission chairs from District 5 in over 10 years. But despite our geographic, cultural, or social economic differences, we all aspire and work toward the same issues. Educational equity is one of my passions, but environmental protection, immigrant support, and civic engagement are all separate spheres that get addressed through ad hoc subcommittees. Our commissioners and the youth we reach all find encouragement to take seats at the tables where decisions get made about our own lives. And through this, we all experience a tiny microcosm of our counties and country's great practice of democracy. For 34 years, this county has given youth people a microphone and also mandate that empowers us. So over these past several years, we've run immigrant youth scholarships and even passed resolutions on nitrous oxide sales in unincorporated parts of the county. The Youth Commission proves that youth can have a real and valuable voice in government and prepares this nation's next generation of leaders and civically minded individuals. We're given real responsibility, and we'll use our perspectives to continue advising county policy and sparking grassroots movements across the communities. Ultimately, we accept this proclamation with gratitude because we can't wait to see what the future looks like and how we might have a say in shaping it. Thank you for your time.
Great work. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and move forward accepting the proclamation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Okay, we are now moving on to item number 4, acceptance of the August 2026 informational report on the state and federal legislative sessions and the third quarter legislative presentation. Welcome our Legislative Officer Connie Driscoll Juarez.
Good morning, President Corzo, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Ely, County Attorney Niblin. I'm Connie Horace-Durrell. I'm the county's chief legislative officer, and I'm here today with Ellie Aguayo, legislative analyst from the Intergovernmental and Public Affairs Unit of the County Executive's Office, to provide you with our third quarterly state and federal legislative update. So today our presentation will be focused on providing you with the following updates: a review of the key legislative dates in the last month of the session, a brief overview of the 2026 State Budget Act, update on state legislation and activity, again in the final month of the session, an overview of the November 2026 ballot propositions, a federal update, and then any questions you may have. So as you're aware, the state legislature is now in its final month of legislative action. There's a lot happening in these last 3 weeks of the session, and the following are the key dates in the final month. And I would just say that we're all moving towards that August 31st deadline, which is the last day for legislative action this year. So this would end the second year of the current 2-year session. With regards to the State Budget Act, I just want to provide you with a brief overview of where things landed. I want to talk a little bit about our in lieu VLF funding actions, HR 1 solutions that were included in the current state budget, and other notable proposals. So with regards to the overall state budget, on June 29th, the governor did sign the 26-27 state budget. And the Budget Act allocates a total of $351 billion, with $251.5 billion coming from the general fund. And this is roughly $2 billion less than the legislature's budget plan, but about $4 billion more than the administration's May revision proposal. And the Act sets a record with total reserves of $35.2 billion. It balances the general fund for fiscal years 26-27, 27-28, and reduces the projected 29-30 structural deficit from $23 billion to $8.4 billion, compared to the governor's January budget. The plan also proposes changes to the fiscal reserve calculations and a schedule to boost deposits. While the budget avoids delays of many safety net cut proposals introduced talked about last year in the May revision, it still does not fully fund all of the county's priorities. Okay, so on to in lieu VLF. So Supervisor Mueller's already talked a little bit about this, but I just want to level set here for the public about where we landed with the VLF. So the following slide provides a summary of where we are with regards to the county's efforts to secure our in lieu VLF funding for the fiscal year 24-25. The state budget only appropriated $80 million in one-time general fund to San Mateo, Mono, and Alpine counties. $77 million of this $80 million is designated for San Mateo County and its cities. The amount that was actually due was $119 million, plus approximately $80 million that is due from the past two prior fiscal years. So, as Supervisor Mueller mentioned, the county recently learned that its projected fiscal year 25-26 VLF shortfall is now approximately $226 million, of which $134 million is the county's share. So clearly, with a deficit of this size, this has become our number one priority to work on this session and the rest of the session and for the foreseeable future. So you'll be hearing more about this at your study session on Thursday, as well as at the press conference, but I can assure you that we are spending quite a lot of time working on this issue currently. All right, now on to the HR-related budget solutions. With regard to HR 1, the following adjustments were included in the recent state budget. So with regards to Medi-Cal eligibility work, there was $197 million in one-time general fund for county eligibility related to HR 1 implementation. So the Human Services Agency estimates that a total of $9.9 million in one-time administrative funding, including approximately $7.4 million for HR 1 implementation and $2.5 million for cost of doing business, will be received as a result. As of June 2026, approximately 52,000 San Mateo County Medi-Cal beneficiaries may be affected by 6-month redeterminations and work requirements. These changes are expected to increase eligibility workload, call volume, office visits, and case management activities as clients navigate renewals and documentation requirements. With regards to public hospitals, the budget included $250 million general fund to support grants to public hospitals for healthcare expenditures, and the funding is going to be distributed through a grant system. However, that methodology hasn't yet been set. With regards to CalFresh County eligibility work, the budget included $223 million, again, one-time general fund for county eligibility work available for expenditure until June 30th, 2029. So again, HSA anticipates approximately $2.5 million in additional one-time CalFresh administrative funding tied to able-bodied adults without dependents HR 1 work requirement implementation. The county match waiver provides partial fiscal relief by capping the required county contribution at the fiscal year 24-25 level, and still, this does not eliminate all county share exposure if the allocation is depleted. With regards to behavioral health, there was no funding included in the current state budget, so efforts continue to attempt to secure funding for implementation of those changes. And then finally, related to indigent care, again, no funding was included. County affiliates and associations are currently working on an alternative proposal that would provide $100 million in one-time bridge funding to counties. The county's going to be sending a letter regarding that in the next couple of days, and we're working with CSAC on that. County Health originally anticipated that 36,200 to 53,700, or about 21 to 31% of San Mateo County residents are currently enrolled in Medi-Cal and could lose their coverage, and estimated ongoing financial losses of $24.9 million for fiscal year 26-27, and an additional $19.7 million the following year, for a total of $44.6 million in fiscal year 27-28. Now that the state budget is finalized, County Health will work with the county's Human Services Agency to update these numbers. County affiliated associations are also, as I said, currently developing this alternative indigent care proposal. All right. And to close out the state budget update, there were a few other notable proposals that I just want to quickly review with you this morning. The first is HAP funding, the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program funding. So there was $900 million allocated for a round 7 of HAP funding. This was a top priority for CSAC. So I should say that preliminary HAP round 7 allocation for San Mateo County is expected at 5.6 million over 3 years, compared to HAP round 6 allocation of about $5 million over 4 years. Related to Prop 36, $50 million in one-time general fund support was included in the budget. $10 million of that is one-time general fund for the trial courts to address increased workload and expand collaborative courts, with allocations to be determined by the Judicial Council. $20 million in one-time general fund of the 50 to the Judicial Council to reverse previously planned reduction to pretrial services, and a $20 million one-time general fund to county behavioral health departments to support planning and capacity building activities. So the health system predicts that one-time funding will be available for training and support for first responders and homeless outreach workers, and the distribution is still yet to be determined. In terms of VOCA, the Victims of Crime Act, $50 million in one-time general fund for counties. This is an increase of $25 million that was proposed in the May revision. Distribution details haven't been released yet, but I can tell you that the county currently receives a pass-through of federal funds of about $461,000 a year. So more details to come on that. With regards to elections, there was a total of $34 million in one-time general fund for counties included in the budget to expedite the vote counting process and for voter outreach and education. And this includes $29 million to increase the number of available staff to tabulate votes, and $5 million to provide voter outreach and education before the November 3rd election. And San Mateo County's allocation of that $34 million is $521,000. And finally, other health, San Mateo County health challenges include the transition of Medi-Cal UIS population to managed care, from managed care to fee-for-service. So so to comply with federal guidance issued in September, the Department of Healthcare Services proposes transitioning approximately 2 million UIS enrollees from the managed care delivery system to a fee-for-service delivery system effective January 1st, 2027. An alternative to this proposal was not included in the final budget. And so the Health Plan of San Mateo estimates that approximately 40,000 UIS persons live in San Mateo County, with about half seeking care at the medical center. This is a significant concern, as it would likely mean reduced access to care for the UIS Medi-Cal beneficiaries and lower reimbursement for the medical center. And their current estimates are that a loss of about $3.6 million in fiscal year 26-27. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Ellie from my team, who will review the legislation.
Good morning, President Corzo, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Midland, Mr. Ely. I'm Ellie Aguayo, legislative analyst with the IGPA unit. There's a lot happening, so I will try to be quick. Today, I'll be providing an overview of several new bills the county has taken action on in alignment with the county's legislative session program. I'll also highlight a few key issues we're tracking during these final weeks of session, as well as several items we'll be watching in the coming months as we head toward the November general election. With that, I'll start with the new bills the county has taken positions on, 6 in support and 1 in opposition. First on the list, SB 968 Becker. This bill would make the San Mateo County Community College District's existing authority to use local unrestricted general funds for student fee waivers and other assistance permanent, rather than having that authority sunset on July 1st, 2028. We're happy to report that this bill has been signed and chaptered. Next is AB 1838 Berman. This bill would require contractors bidding on local public works contracts to disclose any history of wage and hour violations and provide supporting documentation. This bill is currently on the Senate Appropriations suspense file. Next up, we have AB 762 Irwin, which would prohibit the manufacture, import, sale, and distribution of disposable battery-embedded vaping devices containing tobacco in California. This bill is also on the Senate Appropriations suspense file. AB 1448 Hart would strengthen protections for California's coastal waters by restricting new oil and gas leasing and related infrastructure, specifically in marine protected areas and national marine sanctuaries. And this bill is currently on the Senate floor pending a floor vote. Next, we have AB 1607 Gonzalez. This bill extends the sunset date for two provisions of the Maddie Emergency Medical Services, or EMS fund, that provides funding for pediatric trauma centers and authorizes counties to impose an additional $2 penalty for every $10 in fines and penalties imposed for criminal offenses. So this bill is on the Senate floor, also pending a floor vote. The last bill in support is AB 2465 Ortega. This bill would prohibit state grants, loans, and tax credits from being provided to business entities and taxpayers involved with private detention facilities or immigration enforcement contracts. This bill is on the Senate Appropriations suspense file as well. Now moving to opposition, we have one bill, SB 811 Caballero. This bill establishes a new regulatory structure at the Department of Toxic Substances Control for metal shredding facilities. The county has some environmental health concerns here, as it does have one of these facilities here in Redwood City. So this bill is on the Senate Appropriations suspense file. As a reminder, we prioritize and take actions on bills that are flagged by your board, county departments, and our state associations like UCC and CSAC. Last month, we also reached out to our county departments to flag additional bills that may warrant county engagement. So we're currently reviewing those bills, and where appropriate, we'll be submitting position letters on the county's behalf. So during these final weeks of session, we're continuing to track several issues, many of which are still developing. This Thursday, the Senate and Assembly Appropriations Committees will hold their suspense file hearings. Members will weigh the fiscal impacts of bills and determine which measures will move forward to the floor for a final vote and which will not. Just for context, there are currently 560 Assembly bills on the Senate Appropriations suspense file and 290 Senate bills on the Assembly Appropriations file. So a lot to look out for. Another issue we've been following is the potential reform of the Wildfire Liability Fund, which provides a source of funding to reimburse claims arising from wildfires caused by utility companies. During summer recess, there were discussions about potential changes to the fund. However, the administration and legislature have not yet released a formal proposal, but we expect to see more on this in the coming weeks. Briefly going back to budget-related issues, the final budget agreement deferred the allocation of Proposition 4 climate bond funding. The administration and the legislature are continuing discussions about how those funds will be allocated, so we expect there will be more information in the coming weeks as well. And finally, an issue that has been elevated by several urban counties relates to recent legislation concerning juvenile abuse claims and settlements. In 2019, legislation extended the statute of limitations for juvenile abuse lawsuits, including claims that may have occurred decades ago. This has resulted in significant financial exposure for counties and other public entities. However, Senator Laird does have a vehicle, SB 577, which is intended to strengthen survivor response, support, and reporting, while also ensuring that counties and other local agencies have the resources and support needed to implement the law. So we'll continue to track these issues and provide updates as more details become available. Looking ahead to the November 2026 general election, we have a very crowded ballot with 14 propositions. I want to briefly highlight 5 of those measures, which are shown in blue. 2 weeks ago, CSAC held 2 policy committees to review ballot measures that directly affect county government. These committees provided an opportunity to discuss measures and consider potential recommendations for support, opposition, or no position. Just moving down the list, Proposition 1 would authorize the state to borrow $11.25 billion for affordable housing. and to assist veterans with home ownership. The recommended position from the committee was to support. Proposition 2 is a constitutional amendment that would allow the state to deposit up to 20% of its general fund tax revenues into the state's rainy day fund each year, doubling the current 10% limit. The recommended position here was opposed. Proposition 3 would make permanent the temporary income tax on high earners approved by voters in 2012. The tax, which can be as high as 12%, applies to household incomes over $721,000 for couples and over $360,000 for individuals. The recommended position is also opposed. Proposition 43 would increase the threshold for citizen-driven special tax ballot initiatives from a simple majority to 2/3, therefore making it more difficult to impose or increase local taxes. The recommended position here is opposed. And the last proposition, Prop 45, would amend the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, to streamline environmental reviews for certain housing, transportation, water, health, and clean energy projects. This was presented as an informational item, so no action was taken. And just to wrap up this portion, the recommendations from the CSAC policy committees will be forwarded to the full CSAC Board of Directors for final consideration next week. So we're happy to follow up once those final positions are adopted. With that, I'll pass it back to Connie for federal updates.
Okay, so to wrap up our presentation today, so over the last few months, the House of Representatives has made significant progress on fiscal year 27 appropriation bills. The House Appropriations Committee has moved all 12 of its fiscal year 27 spending bills out of committee to the full House for consideration. And I'm pleased to share that the House Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Appropriation Bill contains two county projects. The first is $750,000 for the Middlefield Road improvements sponsored by Congressman Kevin Mullen, and a $250,000 grant for coast-side generators from Congressman Liccardo. As a reminder, members of Congress were limited in the number of community funding projects they could submit for these bills. So it's great for the county to have two projects included. Given the upcoming congressional recess and the November election, Congress is not expected to finalize the fiscal year 27 appropriation bills until the end of the year during the lame duck session. In June, Congress passed and the President signed into law a second budget reconciliation package. The bill provided $69.5 billion in funding for immigration and custom enforcement, border protection. The bill will fund both ICE and CBP through the remainder of President Trump's second term. Congress is currently in the early stages of developing a possible third budget reconciliation package, which is focused on providing additional funding for the Department of Defense. Also in June, Congress passed a comprehensive housing bill entitled the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. The legislation is the product of months of bipartisan bicameral negotiations among the Senate Banking Committee and the House Financial Services Committee. The bill includes updates to the Home Investment Partnership Program, a 3-year reauthorization of the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, and additional flexibilities for CDBG funds to be used to construct affordable housing projects. And the bill became law on July 11th. Turning to the administration, on May 29th, the Office of Management and Budget published a proposed rule that would represent a significant overhaul of federal grant regulations. The proposed rule would give federal agencies broad authority to terminate grants on a basis that they no longer serve program goals, agency priorities, or national interests. There's a lot of other elements included in this proposed rule. I can say that the proposed rule public comment period closed on July 13th, and the county signed on to a coalition comment letter expressing our strong opposition to the proposed changes. And our county federal advocacy team, Carpy and Clay, has been actively engaged on this issue, working closely with NACO, the National Association of Counties, and other organizations to raise awareness and educate members about the proposed rules' potential impacts and to advocate for congressional action. It's also important to note that there was a delay included in the current CR that would push this implementation of this proposed rule out to December 11th. So the CR is now before the House for consideration in September. And finally, both the House and the Senate are now in August congressional recess, and between now and the November elections, the Senate is scheduled to be in session for only 3 weeks, and the House is scheduled to be in session for only 4 weeks. So, and as such, it is expected that once Congress returns to DC in September, it will act on a small number of legislative items before adjourning until after the election. All right, and finally, I just wanted to provide you with a quick update on our coordinated board, to update your board on coordinated actions between the county attorney's office and my unit against several Trump administration actions. So this slide provides you with an overview of these actions taken to date, which include submission of public comments on behalf of the county and consistent with your board's standing federal legislative policies. So we've been very busy coordinating with the county attorney's office to try to keep track of all of these different proposals that are coming in from Washington and working closely together to submit comments as needed. So, and my unit will continue to work closely with the county attorney's office, our departments, and our federal lobbying team to take needed actions. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I would say that the current agenda includes our full report, so for more details. So again, happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I appreciate how thorough it was. I do think it's important that we continue to get these updates so that we are aware of the broader landscape and the impacts on the county. So any questions or comments from my colleagues? Okay, hearing none, I have just a couple myself. So, we started the presentation with an overview of the vehicle license fee. We'll obviously go more in depth on that at the study session on Thursday. And just for the public, I wanted to reiterate that we will be having a press conference and study session on this topic Thursday at 1 p.m. And I want to thank Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Mueller for their efforts on coordinating that. I also wanted to flag some of the positives that you reviewed. We are one of the few counties in the state that still has a county medical center, and the funding for Medi-Cal and managed care fee-for-service will be helpful. It will likely not be enough, but it is helpful. And so I know Supervisor Spear and I are on HPSM as well. We will continue to focus on that area. And then lastly, I also was happy to hear the doubling of the VOCA funds. It's, for this year only, but it is helpful. And we look forward to using that funding in this county. And I serve on the Coalition to End Abuse, Violence, and Exploitation in our county, and we are going to be working to review our county legislative priorities and see if there are any recommendations we have for the next round. And I encourage my colleagues to do the same in their respective committees. And thank you. Thank you for the presentation, helpful information.
Quick question.
Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you so much, Connie. Appreciate the presentation. Can you speak a little? Obviously, protecting our democracy is paramount. And obviously, there was an appropriation given to the county. I think it was, $521,000 out of the $34 million. What I didn't see, I saw within your report, but I couldn't find it, was the appropriation at the $521,000. You could appropriate it for equipment, is that correct? in staffing, those are one-time dollars. What I'd like to understand clearly is what are the restrictions relative to spending those dollars down?
Sure. Through the chair, Supervisor Canepa. So 34 million in one-time general fund for all the 58 counties, and 29 million of that is to increase the number of available staff to tabulate votes, to make equipment purchases or technology upgrades, or to acquire space to accommodate additional staff or equipment purchases to expedite the vote counting process. And then again, of that 34 million, 5 million is to provide voter outreach and education before the November 3rd election. And
Great.
I'm happy to provide you with the details related to that.
Yeah, and I guess you may not have the answer, and I may talk with the chief elections officer about this. There has been some concerns raised about, these concerns go years around, our elections not only being unsafe through cyber threat, but in addition to that, the issue of, people, whether it's the National Guard, whether it's ICE in our polling boxes. I would be curious to know if some of that money could be designated in that direction, or what your opinion of that is.
I don't have an answer for you, Supervisor Cannon, but I can certainly look into that and get more information for you about that.
Thank you so much, Connie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hearing no other questions or comments, thank you. And I do believe we need a motion to accept.
So moved.
Thank you. Okay, we have a tie for second. Who wants it?
You can have it.
Okay, so motion by Canepa, second by Gaucher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to accept it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving to item number 5. Item number 5 is a public hearing. So with that, we will conduct the public hearing, and I'm going to pass it to Director Monowitz.
Thank you, and good afternoon, President Corzo, Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Ely. I'm here to present the Planning and Building staff's recommendation on an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the same appeal that was brought to the Planning Commission regarding the staff's approval of a new home, design review permit and grading permit for a new home on Jefferson Avenue in the Emerald Lake Hills area. So this slide shows the location of the property. It's directly adjacent to Upper Lake in Emerald Lake Hills. Its zoning is residential hillside design review, and the lot size is a little bit over 21,000 square feet. Here's an aerial photo of the property and the appellant's property behind it. You'll note that the subject property currently has a home on it. That home will be demolished. The site was subdivided in 2021. So the project that we'll be talking about will be the new home on the portion of the property where the blue arrow is pointing. Here's the design of the home. You can see it's a flag lot design, so it's got a driveway coming off of Jefferson. It leads down to the 3-car garage that's in the upper left corner of the screen, and then the proposed residence is attached. This floor plan shows the second story of the proposed home, and it indicates the window that is of concern to the appellant, which I'll be talking about a little bit more in the next slides. Here's the elevations of the new home. The elevation on the bottom with the blue cloud calls out the window of concern to the appellant. As reviewed by Planning and Building staff and confirmed by the Planning Commission, the project is in conformance with general plan. Its general plan designates this area for low-density residential. And the project also required a staff-level grading permit, and it was determined that the project complies with all the relevant provisions of the grading regulations. This table shows all the zoning requirements that the development is subject to. So as you can see, the project complies with setback requirements, as well as height, floor area ratio, and site coverage limitations. So as I noted, the Planning Commission heard the appeal previously, approved the project on April 8th. It was a 3-0 vote. And the Planning Commission added an additional condition to try and be responsive to the concerns of the appellant regarding the privacy concerns of the additional window. The additional requirement was to replace the planned pittosporum hedge with larger sized trees to provide greater privacy. So I'll get a little bit more into the appellant's contentions here. As I noted, the concern is about the second-story bedroom, which she feels affects her privacy. It's because of the elevation change, the second-story windows pretty much at the same level as the first story of the appellant's house. But I'd note that the proposed home is 50 feet from the property line. The appellant's home is about 60 feet from the property line. So you've got a distance of 110 feet between the window and the appellant's home, which I think greatly diminishes the potential of any significant privacy concerns. And as I noted earlier, the Planning Commission did add an additional condition requiring some tree planting to try and address the appellant's concerns. The appellant's second concern is regarding drainage. She's concerned that the project could contribute to flooding on her property. I understand that there's been drainage problems in the area in the past. However, our assessment of the situation is that the proposed development is actually downhill from the appellant's property. Jefferson is at a higher elevation, and so there will need to be a curb cut for the driveway. That's been carefully designed. The drainage system has been reviewed by our technical team at Planning and Building, and we don't believe that this driveway cut will contribute any sort of flooding to the neighboring property. The project was exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, and our recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors approve the design review permit and grading permit. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board, and then we'll move to open the public hearing. Or do we open it now?
Madam President, you can take questions now for sure.
Okay. Questions? Supervisor Spear.
Was there any discussion about somehow frosting those upper story windows? I guess it's a bedroom, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't recall a discussion about that. I do think the applicant is here and will want to speak toward to the point of the light they hope to get through that window.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. I would love to hear a motion to open the public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And Madam President, I think it would normally be your practice to afford the applicant the opportunity to speak first, and it's your discretion, of course, the amount of time. I think historically we've allowed the applicant up to 10 minutes and the ability to reserve some of that time to respond to comments.
Yes. Let's go ahead and do that. We will hear from the applicant.
I think we would start with the appellant, I think.
Oh, the appellant?
And then the applicant would speak.
And then the applicant. And how much time did you recommend?
Madam President, I think it's been your historical practice to allow up to 10 minutes total, split between sort of opening and then any rebuttal.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll do 10 minutes. And so I'd like the appellant to come up. And let's get the timer up, please.
Presentation, and my presentation was actually.
Can you speak directly into the mic, please? We can't hear you very well.
Hi. I was actually told 10 minutes of the presentation time, and my presentation is actually written for it. But if it will be any smaller, then shorter, then I guess I will have to.
Please use your 10 minutes as best you can.
Yes. Good morning, the Board of Supervisors. Through my presentation today, you'll see how the planned new house on 38. How do I move to? Okay. Middle button. Okay. How the planned new house on 3865 Jefferson invades the privacy of my house and the backyard. How the commissioner's decision to enhance the privacy violates a county fence ordinance and takes away our light and air. It also burdens us with the boundary vegetation maintenance, and that would likely to interfere with the boundary fence. And I'll also present that the grading permit approval, despite of missing information, bypassed the reviews by various departments, such as the Parks Department and Public Works, as well as the Public Works. New house plans must follow rules, and I would like you to sit about 5 seconds with that, because I don't have a lot of time. Right to privacy and light and air are supported by county rules. At the design review, the county recognized the floor-to-ceiling windows in the plan pose a significant privacy issue, and we did talk about frosting and other measures, such as changing the window to a clear story. So, but it was recommended. The county recommended change as a measure, changing the window to a clear story. But while that reduced the privacy burden greatly, the recommendation will not yield any result. They can just toss it. It doesn't have any mandatory enforcement. To our request to make the privacy measure mandatory, the commissioner decided on the 25-feet tree hedge at the boundary and failed to consider the consequences. So 25-feet hedge in the side setback is bad because poses a big block of light and air, and which violates the fence rules. 25-foot screen is for the prisons to incarcerate people, to separate them from the society. It's not for the side yard. We should not be forced to choose between the privacy and light and air. And I believe the existing county rules support that. The privacy invasion is recognized, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but this is kind of, I'm sorry. No? Yeah. Yes. This picture kind of is a composite of a rendering of a view from our deck of the new house. I put some markers to kind of give like how this is reasonable, but I guess the question, the point is that this is how it would look from our backyard, our deck, and our living room. And as you can see, if there was a 25-foot hedge all the way, there are only small slice of it that it will do its job, but all the other places is a boundary will do little for the privacy or negative, but it negatively impacts our light and air. This, if you look at this, the photo, the windows are designed to just look at their driveway and our backyards, and our house is directly right there. And you can see the markers I placed. If you compare that with the previous one, then you can see that my previous composite photo is a kind of reasonable rendering. And so what is the commissioner's solution was? As the director of planning had presented, that it is replacing the Petersburg hedge with the 25-foot trees. And at the located with the pink right there, all the way, like 200 feet of hedges of those of the 25 feet high trees. There are all those little dots. Those are the pittosporum that is recommended to change, and where it is empty is actually is where it is supposed to be interactive with my trees. And so they put the protection plan on it, and therefore that's where the missing tree is. But as a matter of fact, that's not where my trees are, and it was cut down 3 years ago prior to submitting this plan. So but so what commissioners got wrong is that conditions conflicts with the county rules. And the vague language could allow the project owner to place tree hedges height of 25 and more to be placed all along the side yard boundary with the 3875 Jefferson Avenue. And so what is the fence rule that commission's decision violate? One of the stated purpose of the county zoning ordinance is to provide adequate light and air, privacy, and convenience of access to the property. And some of that purpose is captured in the fence height ordinance. Hedges not exceed 6 feet inside or rear yard. The photo is an example of a hedge violation. This is the boundary between 3875 Jefferson and the project site. At the exact boundary, the commission ordered to place a 25-foot hedge. So what are we asking? Our ask is not let the new development take away our privacy nor light and air. Any of clear story design, reduction of windows, changing the direction of the windows, or relocating the second story behind the existing mature trees, any of those will protect privacy of both our and the new house without needing a 25 visual screen in the side setback. So we respectfully ask the board to revise the condition number 6 to state that any planned vegetation must comply with fence hedge height rules and not interfere with a recorded easement on the subject property to provide access to the common lake. And if the board does require particular planting, either provide a specific plan, including locations, and require the applicant to submit such a plan for the future review. There are additional issues, and I will have a further slides to prove my points of privacies and the improper landscaping planned in the easements and other things. But in particular, there are missing information for the grading and drainage plan, and those information includes mature trees that require tree protections, and the Parks Department would need to review. And for these reasons, I would like to ask for consideration of a de novo hearing.
Just want to remind you, you have 2 minutes left. If you want time to rebuttal, you will have to save that time.
Okay, so one thing is that this is the violation by 38. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a violation by the 3865 that was given for the hedges that the owner planted to block our view of the lake. This is the easement that the owner is planning to landscape. This is the existing condition. We have a lot of mature trees, and these are a standard. So the de novo hearing that I'm asking for is regarding to the missing information. The locations of trees over 12 inches or more in the diameter within 12 feet of the disturbed area is one of the minimum required information for the grading permit. It's missing. It's not there at all. And that tree also needs a tree protection plan and reviewed by the Parks Department. So you completely bypassed the Parks Department review, and also the culvert ending at my property, 3875 Jefferson, is within the 50 feet of the proposed work. So with this missing information, how can the county evaluate even the drain analysis or anything like that? And when they bypass the review of the appropriate departments because
Thank you. That's your time.
Our ask for a grading portion of the permit is to consider all facts of this appeal from the scratch. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to just thank the county staff for the planning, for all their work, and I really appreciate. And I think it is our job, interested party, to provide the missing information the applicant is withholding.
Thank you. We will now put 10 minutes on the clock for the applicant.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Steve Simpson. I'm the architect for the project and the applicant. I'll be brief. When we started the design process for this house over a year ago now, we were given one clear direction on this property from our client who lives next door and has lived next door for 30 years. And that was to minimize the exposure of the second floor to the lake and to make it as narrow as possible to mitigate multiple neighbors' view of the lake. So the house is a little unorthodox or arranged a little different from a massing standpoint for that reason. The second floor is basically one room wide from front to back. And that's to create a very narrow profile perpendicular to the lake. And that was done proactively by us. So what that did is it resulted in basically one window on the second floor facing the front of the house. So we've been reluctant to turn, as the appellant asked, to turn it into like a clerestory window. Clerestory window is a high window that you can't see out of. I mean, you can see up out of it, but our concern just from an architectural standpoint is that the house, because of how it's set up, is going to look like a fortress. And just from a livability standpoint, that's going to be a kid's bedroom. And we don't want to put a high window in there that they can't see out of. So we've been very reluctant to do that because we feel like we've done a lot so far, just proactively to make that have we could have designed the second floor across the whole width of the house. We didn't. When the suggestion, and we had proposed privacy plantings along that perimeter with the appellant initially, with the proposal. When the suggestion came up at the Planning Commission to make that more robust, we thought that was totally reasonable and agreed to do it immediately. We're also agreeable to change that in a way if we went too far, or to kind of tactically arrange those trees in a way that helps the neighbor more. I mean, we're totally flexible on what we do there. But the privacy issue is a two-way street. The appellant's house is uphill. It's looking down on this property. So this property is going to want some privacy from that property as well. So I think some kind of screening mitigation is the right answer here. We've got 110, 120 feet between the structures to deal with. So I think that's the best way to do it. Again, we're agreeable to kind of do that in a more tactical way that benefits the appellant's privacy. But we're reluctant to change the house and the windows just because we have so little window now facing the front. The drainage issue, again, I'm a little puzzled. I mean, our property is completely downhill from this. We have one of the best civil engineers on the peninsula working on this. We're taking water from that property uphill, and we have to deal with it. And we have kind of a complex system of retention and bioswales planned into this development to deal with the water that we're doing, but we're in no way affecting how the water operates on the uphill property. So with that, I'll leave it at that. If there's anything any questions I can answer or add any clarity to, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. With that, I believe we will open it up for public comment.
do have one speaker card from Chambers, Thomas Greenberg.
Hello, my name is Thomas Greenberg. I live on 931 Lakeview, which is abutting to the appellant's property, just on the left side of all the diagrams. I'm also on the HOA board for the HOA that oversees all the homes in that area that both the appellant and the Ernsts are members of.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm very familiar with both properties. I've spent a great amount of time on the HOA property, which abuts that, which is basically Upper Emerald Hills Lake. I also previously helped out the previous owners of the appellant's home taking care of their koi pond. What the appellant failed to disclose is they've clear cut their yard. They've taken out a number of mature trees. They've taken out a number of trees that would have blocked any view of the upcoming project in an effort to try to create some type of view that didn't exist before, and have blamed the problem on the people trying to develop and create use of the land. Their house, the only windows that would be affected is their bedroom. Their living space windows and all other windows in their house look out in a different direction. They wouldn't be able to see the new development. Their bedroom is an additional 30, 40 feet past the start of the house, at least, probably 50 feet. So when we're talking about the actual view, it's well over 100 feet. And at altitude, there's almost no privacy concern. It's so far, you wouldn't be able to see anything. And I really don't think that it's going to be an issue. Everyone in the neighborhood is well in favor of the project. It's a beautiful project, and I want to thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and go to Zoom for comments on item number 5. If you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing no hands, no more public comment.
Thank you. With that, I believe we can close the public hearing. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
President Corso?
Yes.
Motion passes to close the hearing.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for discussion and a motion potentially. Any comments or a motion?
Question of the
Supervisor Canepa.
Director Monowitz, can you speak a little bit? I think it was the applicant who talked about the screening, and maybe the architect would like to speak to that. Sort of what the benefits are to the adjacent property owner if it was screened.
Sure, and I'd like
Would you
to...
like to come up, sir? Yeah, why don't you come up, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
We did a little simulation, so I want to see what it might look like. Yeah, we had. So this is from the appellant's property, looking at the house after the trees that we proposed to plant, like year 1. They're 12 feet tall or so as they go in. Year 2, about this tall. Again, we're amenable to changing that or moving those around, but and that's not taking anything into consideration of what's on the uphill property. But I don't know if that helps you in any way, but that's kind of what we would be looking at immediately. Sorry, I'm not good with this. Well,
sorry, just
I lost control of that.
The previous speaker had mentioned, I believe he's the president of the HOA, that her location, that the trees were, allegedly cut down. Does she currently have a view? I'm familiar with the area. Does she currently have a view of the lake? Is that her?
Oh, I imagine, yes. Yeah, I haven't been on the property, but I imagine, yeah, one property removed, yes.
And so I want to just sort of, if you could follow my line of questioning, is the proposed project before her, does that eliminate her view in its totality, or is it
No.
20%? Is it?
Well, it's the width of that second story over the width of the lake. So it's a very small percentage, I would imagine.
Got it. So she would, according to you, and you're the architect, she would still have a view, but it would just be a lesser portion than what she currently has now, correct?
Yeah, there are at least 3 properties in the same situation. So we tried to take all that in consideration, and present the narrowest profile to that.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just the width, basically one room wide.
Great. And so, are there any other mitigations that you've thought of relative to?
Well, again, we started off with a lot. I think we're hesitant to make the window the clear story. I hear you about the frosted glass. We're hesitant to do that because this is a fairly substantial house, a great location on a lake. We kind of need to do something a little special there, and then frosted glass tends to look like maybe it got fogged up or something. So but I know there'll be window coverings in those rooms. They're not floor to ceiling. They're 3 feet off the ground on the upper floor, and they go up a little high, but they're not floor to ceiling. We thought the screening was the best avenue.
Thank you.
Supervisor Spear.
To just follow up on the screening, when you put that simulation up, it showed that after year 2, all of those trees are much taller. At some point, can you put that back up a minute so we can just look at it?
I'm not really good with this, but yes. Okay. Oh, there you go.
So that's when they're initially planted.
Yeah.
This is year 1. Is that
This
right?
would be about year 2. These trees grow about 2 to 3 feet a year.
So the extent to which these trees are growing on the other side of the house where they may be having a view of the lake, it becomes less viewable, I guess. Is that correct? I think your willingness to work with the appellant and maybe reduce where those trees are and limit it to where the bedroom area, that may satisfy her privacy concerns. And I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to postpone taking final action and allow the parties to get together and see if they can resolve the issues around the screening.
Sure.
I would say another option available would be for us to adjust the conditions of approval right now to require that they submit a revised landscape plan that limits the tree planting to that necessary to provide privacy screening between the windows.
Okay. I'm happy to make that part of a motion.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, so I've been up in this area as you can imagine, having represented, I've been up in this area and seen this area. When you live near one of these lakes at a distance from the other homes around it, it does not entitle you to a view of the lake. Many of the homes on the lake block the view of the lake from the others. So if you wanted a lakefront house, you bought a lakefront house, is where I kind of land on this issue. I have difficulty with this one, given the distance from one house to the other and the distance to the lake, to be making accommodations for someone, just candidly. So our planning commission is pretty, I also, having been on the board for a while now, our planning commission is pretty tight. They're pretty strict, and they approved this one though to come through. So I am fine with letting this one go.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes, Supervisor Spear.
So what we're basically doing is reducing the amount of trees that are going to be planted by the applicant. So it's actually going to reduce their costs. It's going to create greater privacy for the appellant. And I don't see any harm to do that personally.
So can I jump in here now? So I actually 100% agree with Supervisor Mueller. I think the commission has made its recommendation. They are following the county regulations that they have in front of them. I think that when you buy a property, you do not control your neighbor's properties and what that means for you. And I don't think we should be making accommodations. I think if the parties wanted to get together and plant a couple less trees, that's between them. I don't think that's our decision to make or to mandate. Anyone else want to add anything? Supervisor Gaucher?
I have a question for you, Steve. Can you, again, visually, I'm trying to think of what 110 feet looks like. What are we considering? Because they're not exactly next door neighbors. So
No. I'm going to guess wall to wall, perhaps.
Okay. Okay.
50?
So double this room.
Yes, I'm not very good at guessing distances.
That's why I asked you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would be 45 feet.
I was thinking in nautical terms because I can.
So when you're thinking about the distance as well, they're not right next door.
No.
So there's going to be some separation. If there's trees that go up, that also helps. I'm not inclined to making people change things. I hope that you're all going to be neighborly. There's an HOA. It would be great if everybody could definitely get along. I'm more concerned about the appellant talking about missing information. What is she referencing when she says missing information?
There are specific plan requirements. She made certain assertions about bypassing reviews. That's not the case. And just with regard to the amount of information in each plan set, what we're talking about now is the design review approval and the grading permit. The project's going to require a building permit. And at that point, they submit very detailed construction plans. And that's at the point where we'll make sure that those construction plans also include all the tree protection requirements that she mentioned. So at the design review stage, we don't always ask for people to include every specific detail because there's a possibility that the design review officer or the planning commission could require revisions to that design, which would then necessitate, revisions to the plan set. So the plan certainly included all the information that we needed to make a responsible decision on the application.
So I appreciate that, and I agree with the applicant. If you're downhill and somebody's uphill, they're looking down at your window versus most of the time you're not looking up at someone else's. And with the trees, I think that would be adequate.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion on this?
Are we just moving approval of the Planning Commission's decision and with this process?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a motion to deny the appeal, thereby
the appeal
approving
and-
the Planning Commission's action.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
No.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. With that, we are moving on to our next item, which is item number 6. Introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 7.8 of the San Mateo County Ordinance related to electric micromobility devices. And the sponsors are Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Mueller. Do we want actually to break for lunch and do
I would
closed
prefer
session?
not because a lot of people have been waiting for quite a bit. And I don't think it has to take much time.
Okay. Go ahead and please introduce your item.
Thank you, Madam President. You know the history. We've had town halls. We've had a draft ordinance produced March 10th, which we shared with all the cities. We had a study session on May 5th and heard from the public health director, the traffic officer, Deputy Larson from the Sheriff's Office, the county attorney, the district attorney, several doctors, youth speakers, bicycle and e-bike advocates. We've also met consistently with bicycle and safe street advocates and local leaders in education to receive their input and support. There is a new study that has just increased the number of tragic accidents. We've had a number here in San Mateo County. You're going to be hearing from one of the parents of Aiden Fong. My office recently spoke with a Redwood City resident about his injury-causing e-bike encounter, and this is one where it's not registered as an e-bike injury, but an e-bike rider was on the sidewalk coming towards the pedestrian. He was a teen. He was riding fast and on his phone. The elderly pedestrian moved quickly to evade him, tripped on a root, fell, and broke his hip, requiring a year of recovery. The teen driver kept going, and again, injury occurred and not even recognized in terms of the data. We received requests from law enforcement and the cities to create this model ordinance. Of course, they can amend it locally to the extent that they want. Based on our meetings and the board's prior discussion, we've revised the ordinance to be less confusing in its terminology, including the difference between legal e-bikes and what amounts to an illegal motorcycle, to allow sidewalk riding with conditions, to reduce the fine for first violations from $100 to $50. The ordinance continues to allow minors to attend an education program instead of a fine for the first offense. Becomes effective January 1st, 2027, giving the Sheriff's Office more time to create the education diversion program and processes. We're now going to hear from just a few witnesses, Sheriff Ken Bender and Deputy Chris Larson, County Attorney John Niblin, and Ming Fong, the father of the 4-year-old who died at the Burlingame accident. But first, let me yield to Supervisor Mueller for his comments.
I just want to thank Supervisor Spear and her staff for their dogged work on this. I mean, just really worked incredibly hard on this. To say I'm a co-sponsor of this is kind and generous. Just a tremendous amount of work, and I hope we pass this today.
Okay. Sheriff? Thank you. We will now welcome Sheriff Bender.
Thank you very much, and just a brief statement on my behalf. I want to thank the board for considering this ordinance. I believe that it enhances public safety in the unincorporated areas. It does a number of good things. It helps close the gap between what the current state law allows per the vehicle code right now. And it also allows youth to be able to become educated for first-time violations. And it also gives us the ability to take dangerous devices off of the streets. So I also believe it's an excellent model ordinance that other cities within the county that are looking for something similar could model their own muni codes and ordinances after. So for those reasons, I hope that the board will consider adopting the ordinance. I do think that it is good for public safety. Thank you very much.
Deputy Larson.
Madam President, board members, thank you for having me again. I'm Deputy Larson of the Sheriff's Office. I'm one of our traffic units as well as a lead investigator for our county MAID team. Just here to speak with you in support of the ordinance. Just last week, in my personal experience, I stopped 2 kids, one 12 years old, one 13-year-old, going about 35, 40 miles an hour on a freeway overpass. And they were on what was called e-motos, but they were in the number 1 lane, just riding down traffic. I stopped them, talked to them about it, and they informed me that their parents bought it for them. They started with smaller bikes and moved their way up to that. I had a very long, extensive conversation with them and their parents about the education, because the Sheriff's Office right now is doing an education-first approach, hence the helping develop the diversion program within the ordinance, which is great. It's a great aspect to have. I continually see this every day when I'm at work and when I'm off work. Kids taking up El Camino Real, going to and from school, Now that school starts this week, we're going to have an increase in that. So this ordinance only helps clarify what's already in the vehicle code and helps everyone make the safe decisions for their kids, themselves, and the rest of the commuters for San Mateo County. The accidents that we're also seeing with e-bikes, since they're at faster speeds and they're not wearing proper helmets to go at those speeds, is motorcycle accidents, broken hips, severe head trauma, severe bleeding, lacerations. This is all stuff that I see very consistently in motorcycle accidents. And now we're seeing it with kids in e-bike accidents quite often. So getting the education out there is just even more important for the parents and for the kids. Again, this only clarifies everything, and it also helps pedestrians on the sidewalk. It helps restrict the speeds on sidewalks, which is very important. I'm a very big advocate of keeping the speeds lower on sidewalks to help the pedestrians crossing so accidents don't happen. Just a little background on that. I do a lot of math with my investigations. Your average e-bike rider, say a 200-pound male on an e-bike, weighing average about 55 pounds. If they're going a speed of about 5 miles an hour, if they were to rear end or hit a pedestrian walking in the same direction at about 3 miles an hour, you're looking at an approximate force of about 60.75 pounds. Okay, so that's only at 5 miles an hour. Due to physics, if you just double that to even 10 miles an hour, which isn't too much faster, but even just doubling that, the poundage increases to 746 pounds of force. So it substantially quantifies it. It makes it more significant. So this ordinance helps keep those speeds low and keeps the public safe. Because that's all we want, is we want our kids to be safe. We want the commuters to be safe and the riders to be safe as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then County Attorney John Niblin.
Thank you, Supervisor. I was hoping maybe you could bring up the presentation that, do we have a presentation that got sent to you? Okay, well, let me spend a few minutes then just dovetailing. I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the mechanics, the nuts and bolts of the ordinance. Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, and the sheriff and Deputy Larson talk kind of at the policy level about why this is so important. But I think one of the things worth noting is that what we're bringing back is something very similar to, what we had a chance to talk with the board about in prior, in prior meetings. And it does, as was noted by Deputy Larson, a lot of what the ordinance does in the first instance is sets forth that there's already a body of law here that exists in state law. And the ordinance, through its findings, sets forth the county's and the sheriff's commitment to enforcement of those laws. As has been noted as well, a definition has been added to clarify what an illegal motorcycle is, an electric-powered motor vehicle resembling a bicycle that, while on public streets, does not satisfy specific requirements set forth in the vehicle code and doesn't satisfy various and sundry, again, provisions of the vehicle code because, for example, it doesn't qualify as a motorcycle, motor-driven cycle, or motorized bicycle for lack of brakes or lighting or things of that nature. So, again, very clear about what an illegal motorcycle is, and I think that clarity really helps to move the ordinance forward. There are some local regulations in this ordinance to address gaps in state law, and we'll talk a little bit about what those are. And there are also some enforcement provisions. So among the local regulations that the ordinance provides for is a prohibition on operating these vehicles in an unsafe manner, which means, for example, posing a danger to the operator or to others. Things like acrobatics, tricks, wheelies, stunts that pose a danger of serious bodily injury or death. Carrying passengers when the device was not designed to carry a passenger, or carrying packages or other items, including, for example, a cell phone, when that in ways that would pose dangers to others. The ordinance would also prohibit parking to block a sidewalk or on a public property where a bike parking is otherwise prohibited. And also, notably, the ordinance would prohibit tampering with the serial number or unique identifier on these devices. I think there was some conversation a few moments ago about riding of e-bicycles on sidewalks and safe speeds. So a couple of things the ordinance would do: it would prohibit illegal motorcycles on the sidewalks, and where e-micromobility devices, which is the term that we use in the ordinance for the various regulated devices, where they're not otherwise prohibited on sidewalks, the ordinance would impose conditions, specifically a requirement to yield to pedestrians and to exercise due care to avoid collisions. The requirement to provide clear, audible signals before passing others, and a speed limit of 5 miles per hour with reduction to walking speed or dismounting when overtaking others or when you're close enough to create a hazard. And as has been noted, this ordinance would apply only in the unincorporated areas, but I think the goal is, again, to create a framework or a model that cities in the county can draw upon. With respect to enforcement, violation of the local regulations that would be set forth by this ordinance would be subject to an infraction or an administrative fine, and it would be ranging from $50 to $500, depending on how frequently you'd have a violation. $50 for the first, and that was reduced from $100 based on study session and feedback that had been received from this board and from members of the public. Another thing that was added through and owing to the study session was a July 1st, 2027 effective date, again, to afford additional time for education and outreach. So at a high level, those are the things that are contained in this ordinance, subject to any of your questions.
Thank you. Do we want to invite the next speaker?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to invite Ming Fong. He is the father of little Aiden Fong, who was tragically lost his life in a chain reaction accident in Burlingame. I met Mr. Fong a few weeks ago, and he asked me if he could share his story during today's meeting, and I want to thank him for both his willingness and courage in doing so.
Welcome, and I just want to acknowledge that I believe it's been a little over a year since your son passed, and I just admire that you're here with us just days after that 1 year date.
Thank you, supervisors, for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for considering e-bike regulation here in San Mateo County. We know that counties like Marin, San Diego, that have e-bike measures in place, they're already seeing meaningful improvements on the ground, and the families and communities here in San Mateo County deserve that similar protection. We all recognize e-bike require thoughtful local, state, and national regulation. While that work continues, no more children should be hurt. The ordinance that's been discussed today is the first of many steps towards that goal. It's an important step because we have to start somewhere. I'd like to take a moment to share our story with you today. August 8th, 2025, a little over a year ago, a 19-year-old driving SUV was pulling out a public parking lot downtown San Mateo onto a busy street. Her view was blocked by a parked car, so visibility was impaired and she had to edge forward. On the same street, at the same time, an 11-year-old e-bike rider on a Class 2 e-bike going 18 miles an hour was traveling down the same street with a 10-year-old sister in the back. By the time he saw the car, it was too late. He couldn't stop, T-boned the SUV. The SUV driver freaked out, pressed gas instead of brake, accelerated into a restaurant across the street. Our son Aiden, who was only 4.5 years old at the time, died instantly from a fractured skull that unfortunately my wife and I had to witness. Aiden's death was tragic, but more importantly, it was senseless because it was fully preventable. There were multiple responsible parties and multiple points along that timeline this could have been stopped. Today, I'm asking you to act on just one of them. An 11-year-old should not be operating a motor vehicle that can go up to 20 miles an hour. They do not understand the traffic rules to the thoroughness as we all do. They do not have a fully developed situational awareness or reaction time. This is not just common sense. This is a failure in policy and failure to protect the community. And that's why the ordinance being discussed today is an important first step to ensure there is safe operation of e-bikes. 2 days before Aiden died, he did something out of the ordinary in his night routine. He built this Lego tower in front of you today with blocks that say protect our city. Maybe he was prescient, I don't know. But that's all I'm asking you to do today to protect our city. We absolutely need comprehensive state and nationwide regulation, but we cannot wait. We cannot let another family suffer and face the same consequences and the insufferable pain that me and my wife and the rest of our family will go through for the rest of our lives. So we must add county-level provisions while all these other important work going on in parallel. This is your opportunity to save lives. So I thank you today. I thank you, Supervisor Spear, Mueller, for proposing this ordinance. I thank you, Supervisors Corzo, Gaucher, and Canepa, for hearing Aiden's call to protect our city and for taking action.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fong. And as we talked before, when a family has this kind of loss, they want to make sure that their child has not died in vain. And I think to the extent that we will pass this ordinance today on its first reading, this will be a way for Mr. Fong and the other families throughout the Bay Area who have had to deal with this tragic experience to know that their child has not died in vain. So again, my great gratitude to you for being here today.
Thank you.
And with that, let me just close by saying that this is about making sure e-bikes are available to our kids and to adults, but under safe circumstances, that both that we share the roadway, so to speak, so that people can walk on streets, on sidewalks as pedestrians and not be in fear, that we educate our young people. You know, the greatest increase in incidents of e-bike injuries are from children 14 and younger. So this is where the greatest need is to educate. And I think this particular piece of legislation will go there. And I just want to also thank Deputy Larson and Sheriff Bender again for recognizing the importance of educating first and foremost, but also being clear about what the repercussions are if you fail in terms of abiding by what is already existing law. So with that, I'll
And Madam President, I needed to dovetail something after Supervisor Spear finished talking. I did misspeak, I think, in the comments I was offering. The effective date proposed for this ordinance is actually January 1st of 2027. I said July, so I wanted to apologize and correct myself.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Gaucher?
I have a question. Thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward. How are we going to hold the manufacturers responsible as well?
Well, in part, we're in this position because they frankly got to the legislature and were able to, create an environment where there was no responsibility, no information provided. There is the ability under certain code sections for us locally to see practices, if they engage in practices where they're selling a e-moto, which is illegal to be on the roads, that we can take some action there. And I think we had some testimony at our last hearing by the county attorney's staff, I believe, to talk about how they can independently move on those, not necessarily the manufacturers, but the sellers.
And then to the sheriffs, are we tracking the devices, the names of the devices as you're stopping? Is there a way to track the manufacturer and keep that information as well?
As of the moment, we're tracking e-bikes that are involved in collisions or e-bikes that we stop. We're working with the companies such as Ticket Pro or Turbo Data to specifically flag any bicycle we stop to say it's an e-bike. And when you do make a citation like that, it does have the brand in there for everything, as well as when we take a police report for a collision, we do have to tag it as an e-bike. So as this situation has developed in the last about, I would say, year and a half or so, as it's getting more and more prevalent, we're starting to develop those systems to be able to track more of this data accurately.
All right, thank you.
Let me just add that, many of these bikes are bought online and misrepresented online as to their legality. So there's a lot of holes that have to be closed over time.
Okay. I have a couple clarifying questions. I just wanted to check in about the status of the development of a diversion program. I know the ordinance speaks to one, and I'm just wondering if we have an update on that.
I could probably say a couple words about that. I mean, we've been in extensive conversation at the staff level. We've had an opportunity to work with legislative staff and with both the sheriff's office and probation. And we are still in conversation. I believe that we had identified a program through Stanford Hospital system and looking at a means of bringing that program as a primary way forward. And we've had some conversations with probation about things that we would do with the traffic referee or the traffic hearing officer who they have for referrals to that program. But it remains a work in progress. And I should probably have noted, and I appreciate you raising the question, that the ordinance as drafted focuses diversion on youth offenders as opposed to, or youth, those who are cited, who are youth as opposed to adults. So that's an important thing to flag, but we are working that matter.
So you just answered my next question. I do believe at the last meeting we discussed actually including adults. So is that an amendment that would be accepted?
We want to get this on the books. We want to have the diversion program available for youth because that's where the greatest incidence is happening. Our plan is to come back at a later date and have a program for adults as well, but we didn't want to wait until that is built when we're in a position where we can
understood.
And as a factual matter, it was just the logistics of dealing with the adult side was
totally
so much more complex,
system.
so much more complex than youth.
Okay, no problem. I just have a suggestion. So I know in adult traffic court, they have a long list of acceptable programs. I know there are existing online programs that would make it probably a little bit more accessible. I don't know if Stanford's is online, but I would suggest that we develop a similar list as well so that folks are able to pick from a variety of options. And then my next question was just about, are we able to include some language around prohibiting the alteration of serial numbers from on e-bikes, and also banning the covering of manufacturing stickers? Because I know that often happens, right? Because that sometimes is how they are easily identifiable as e-motos. So I would request that be included either now or at a later date, whatever is possible. And I'll just end by thanking my colleagues for bringing this forward. I know it has felt like, a little bit of a, sorry? Yeah, I was going to say a painful process at times. That's accurate. But I do think it's important that we are conscientious of balancing both safety and also not negatively impacting people that are using e-mobility devices safely and in responsible ways. And I feel confident we're doing that now, and I want to thank my colleagues for the collaboration that they have been able to do with some of our community organizations. And yeah, I'm grateful for this. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I did want to flag that the ordinance does already, as drafted and presented to you, make it unlawful to remove, destroy, mutilate, or otherwise alter the serial number or unique identifier on these devices. So we've got that in there. I must have missed
that. Okay, great, perfect.
But yeah, it actually it's at kind of the end of the ordinance. Probably we might have if organizing it's probably on me. We probably could have put it a little further forward, but it is in there, and certainly the label piece we can continue to look at.
Thank you. With that, go ahead, Supervisor Gaucher.
I just wanted to make one more comment, and I missed it. And to Aiden's dad, thank you. As a grandmother, I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. And the fact that you're strong enough to come and share that information means so much. And I wish there was a way we could put Aiden's name on this legislation so that we don't have another Aiden in San Mateo County or anywhere else. But God bless you and your family for all that you've endured. And I'm just grateful for your strength to come and share that information. I apologize, but thank you.
No, you're good. Okay. Is there a motion? Or more comments, please?
A comment and a motion. I didn't know we could actually name ordinances after individuals. And if that is possible, I certainly think that would be an outstanding way of memorializing Aiden and the loss of life associated with his.
I'm not aware of anything that says we can't. I think that perhaps if that's direction, we'll go ahead and integrate that into the
Aiden's ordinance.
We'll figure out some way of doing
so
that ahead of the second reading.
Make a motion. Oh, we have not yet.
We can take the motion second and then do public comment before roll call.
Okay.
So is there a second?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Public comment, please.
All right. We do have a speaker card from Chambers. Mike Swire.
Yeah, thank you very much for Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, and the rest of the board for your attention to street safety in this important matter. I'm very thankful that we were able to work together in getting this initiative to this point. It's much better than when we first started. I also want to thank Aiden's family for staying involved during a difficult time and making sure that we make sure that this doesn't happen again. I do want to try to think about next steps, however, after this great first step. First of all, the biggest problem, as we kind of alluded to, is that parents are being duped by manufacturers and online retailers into buying illegal e-motos instead of actually legal e-bikes. 80% of the bikes on campuses are illegal, and they're more dangerous. I don't think most parents understand that, and I think we need to do a better job of getting the word out. For instance, New York City just sent a cease and desist letter to Walmart, Amazon, and a bunch of other retailers. I think there's more we can do there. Second of all, I want to focus on the larger problem that is killing hundreds of San Mateo County residents who don't drive. Our streets are designed for speed and not for safety. In the months that we've been discussing e-devices, too many residents have died on our streets. Per Annie Tsai's column in today's San Mateo Daily Journal, here's but a partial list. August, 46-year-old pedestrian Jeremy Varchese died in El Granada when he was hit by a Porsche SUV. July, a 36-year-old pedestrian Arturo Cervantes Romero died when he was hit by a pickup driver who fled. July, 34-year-old cyclist Jacob Solovsky died. We talked about that earlier. June, an unidentified pedestrian died in Redwood City. May, 72-year-old pedestrian Maria Perez Torres died in Redwood City when a pickup truck was racing. May, 75-year-old bicyclist Rob Lenachek died in Woodside when a driver hit him on Portola. April, 89-year-old pedestrian Fidel Bautista died hit by a driver in South City. And then in January, Veronica Vasquez was killed in a crosswalk in San Mateo. So thank you for your efforts on safety. Let's continue to move forward to save lives by primarily making our streets safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to go ahead and go to Zoom for comments on item number 6. I do have one hand raised. This is a final call. All right. 2 hands raised. All right, first we'll start with Giuliano and then John Ma. Giuliano, please unmute and begin.
Well, Thank you all for your service and the opportunity to speak. I speak only for myself. I'm a League of American Bicycle Cycling instructor, number 7105. This ordinance is much better. Thank you. I mostly support it. I ask for one change, if not now, later. We need to get this right. It's a model ordinance. It needs to strike a good balance. We need trips shifted from cars to e-bikes. We need to be encouraging, not discouraging them. Cyclists, including e-cyclists, including both adults and teens, do not ride on the sidewalk because it's fun. They ride on the sidewalk because the streets are dangerous. This ordinance needs to be improved by explicitly permitting the safe riding of bikes 5 miles an hour and legal e-bikes on the sidewalk when no safe bike lane is available on the adjacent roadway. Put in a safe bike lane, why would people ride on the sidewalk? Only Class 4 bike lanes, physically protected by robust bollards, are safe. Class 2 and 3 bike lanes are paint. The data is clear. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of studies. Class 2 door zone bike lanes are even more dangerous than no bike lane. 12 to 20% of bike crashes occur in them. I volunteer and work with teens, soccer coach, robotics coach, cycling instructor. I find this anti-teen hysteria endemic and so much of this discussion deplorable. I think it was Plato who first said kids these days. We need to knock this off. The anti-e-bike hysteria is equally problematic. Where's the proportionalities? Cars kill 1,000 times more pedestrians in the U.S. each year than bikes, e-bikes, and illegal e-motos combined. The Meta report shows a crash rate change is half. The crash rate is half the rate of the increased e-bike use. The crash rate is decreasing. My sincere condolences to the Fong family. Their suffering is tragic. But the e-bike rider is another victim. The driver cut them off. That said, I support a 12-year-old age limit. We need to pass SB 1167. The county AG
Thank you,
already has the
Giuliano.
tools he
That
needs.
is your time, Giuliano. Thank you. All right, we did have one additional hand raised. Did we want to take that as well, Madam President?
Yes, we can take it.
Okay. Next is John Ma and then Anya Dahl. John, please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is John Ma. I'm a governor with the American College of Surgeons. I've worked on e-bike safety for 6 years. I'm a general surgeon in practice in Daly City with Chinese Hospital, and I'm grateful. I spoke to the Board of Supervisors a year ago at public comment after Aiden's tragic death, and I applaud the introduction of this ordinance today. I'd like to extend deepest condolences to his family. I wanted to share that with colleagues across the state, trauma surgeons, we recently published a paper in the Journal of Trauma and Acute Care Surgery. We noted there's been an exponential rise in e-bike crashes in California over the 6 years from 2018 to 2024, with children under 14 at the greatest risk. And we showed that e-bike accidents rose 750-fold from just 2 reported in 2018 to over 1,566 in 2024. We've noticed that the risk of death after an e-bike crash has reached statistically significantly higher levels beginning in 2024. And I also wanted to share preliminary research that e-bikes are 2.5 times more likely to be involved in a crash with a pedestrian because you can't hear them approaching due to the silent motors. And that's why this proposed San Mateo ordinance to restrict e-bike speeds on sidewalks is so important. I'd like to thank you and urge your aye vote.
Thank you, John. Next and finally is Anya. Please unmute and begin. Anya? All right, it looks like we lost Anya. All right, it concludes public comment.
Thank you. With that, I believe we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, with that, we will move on to
Lunch.
Closed session. You're right. I was like, let's keep going. No, we are going to convene to closed session, and we will come back to item number 7 after lunch.
All right, the time is 1:23 p.m. Thank you. All right, the time is 2:38 p.m. You may call the meeting back to order, and all supervisors are present.
Thank you. Welcome back. We have nothing to report out of closed session.
That's right, Madam President. Nothing to report out.
Okay, we'll be moving on to item number 7, adopting a resolution affirming the County of San Mateo's commitment to advance economic mobility and pathways to shared prosperity. Myself and Supervisor Gaucher are the sponsors, and I'll begin by thanking Shireen Malik Afzali, Kalima Salahuddin, who couldn't stay any longer. Ariana, I'm sorry I don't have your last name written here. Actually, let me backtrack here. I think these are remarks for when you're done. So, Supervisor Gaucher, would you like to share any initial remarks?
Turn my mic on. Thank you for your patience and for sticking around today. We look forward to you sharing more about shared prosperity and the work that's happening.
Welcome. No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, hello. Thank you for having us. Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors, County Executive Callagee, County Attorney Niblin, Mr. Ely, and Assistant Clerk Bavaria, and the members of the public. My name is Shireen Malik Afzali Taidi. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Chief Equity Officer and Director of Economic Opportunity and Labor Standards. I'm joined today with a member of the Shared Prosperity Coordinating Council, Ariana Perez, who is the Senior Community Impact and Policy Officer at Silicon Valley Community Foundations. Really to showcase the collaborative nature of this initiative, we'll be co-presenting together. The Shared Prosperity Coordinating Council is a group of leaders from county and local government, nonprofits, and private sector organizations that seek to advance economic mobility and promote shared prosperity in a county that unfortunately suffers from significant disparities in income and opportunity. The council believes that all residents in San Mateo County deserve to have good career opportunities in thriving neighborhoods and see a bright future for themselves and the next generation. The council is comprised of the groups shown on this slide here. That includes the Public Policy Institute of California, SMCBS, the Council of Cities, Samaritan House, Coastside Hope, Nova Works, Daily City Partnership, Job Train, and many others. The group has been meeting for 3 years now and has published the Community Data Dashboard and most recently the San Mateo County Economic Mobility Action Plan. And that will go into more details about in the September study session. Thank you to Supervisors Corzo and Gaucher for serving on the Shared Prosperity Council with monthly meetings and all the support you've given. The goal for today's presentation is to provide a brief background as the board considers this resolution to commit to affirm economic mobility and have staff develop an action plan specific to how the county will advance economic mobility as an institution. Because it's mentioned in the resolution, I want to make sure to clarify that the SPCC started with a set of planning principles with this notion that if the process is thoughtful and thorough, then the outcomes will be thoughtful and thorough. So here you see the principles that the Shared Prosperity Council identified, including consideration of representation, integration of data and community input, equity values, and ensuring that we aren't redundant in efforts that we prioritize while holding accountability. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ariana to share the framework and recommendations.
Thank you, Shireen. Hi, good afternoon, President Corzo and Board of Supervisors. My name is Ariana Perez, and as Shireen mentioned, I'm with Silicon Valley Community Foundation. I'm the Senior Community Impact and Policy Officer. So as you see here on the slide, this is the San Mateo County Economic Mobility Framework that we worked on as the Shared Prosperity Coordinating Council. And this came from doing some research and identifying a national framework for upward mobility that has been developed with the input of national experts and is hosted by the Gates Foundation and the Urban Institute. So this framework that you see here really recognizes that economic mobility requires more than just economic success, but it also must include power and autonomy and the sense of being valued and dignity. So this framework then identifies 5 different pillars that are achieving these 3 goals and numerous different predictors and indicators to see how economic mobility is possible within a certain geography. And this was developed with community input and analyzing local data and focus groups. And so this Shared Prosperity Coordinating Council developed this framework to make sure that it was really reflective and appropriate to the reality here in San Mateo County. So this slide, after looking at the data and identifying key challenges, the Shared Prosperity Coordinating Council identified a set of 10 recommendations under each of the 3 universal goals. And so these include really important strategies such as career opportunities, housing stability, diverse leadership, and community resource navigation and mapping, among others. And so all of this is fleshed out in much more detail in the San Mateo County Economic Mobility Action Plan, and we'll share more details in the upcoming study session as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. So the resolution that's in front of you today responds to the call to action that's in the San Mateo County Economic Mobility Action Plan for all local jurisdictions and agencies to consider. The resolution includes affirming the county's commitment to economic mobility, to being part of the solution and a model for other jurisdictions and agencies, to utilizing this collective framework so that we're all moving along the same path, and applying the principles for thoughtful action, and therefore tasking staff with developing an action plan that's specific to the institution of the county. So not the county-wide action plan that really is meant for all jurisdictions and all agencies and organizations and sectors to work towards, but really what can our institution as a county do to move that forward? And here I just wanted to thank Kalima Salahuddin from the co-chair of the REACH Coalition. She wasn't able to stay into the afternoon, but she wanted to be with you all here today. I do think that all residents in San Mateo County deserve to have good career opportunities in thriving neighborhoods and see a bright future for themselves and the next generation. We know this isn't easy work, and the Shared Prosperity Council believes that working across sectors, jurisdictions, and agencies, we're stronger together and we can do hard things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? I have a few. I wanted to share that I've been a liaison to the to this work, to the Shared Prosperity Community Council for several years now. I'm not able to attend every single meeting, but I have really appreciated learning and the honestly passionate debates, because this is a coalition of a broad group of our community, and they do have different perspectives. There is not agreement on everything, but we do ultimately get to a place of mutual understanding, and I feel like that is powerful because it's a balance between meaningful discussions about what opportunity means, and not just giving someone the space to be somewhere, but also ensuring that they belong and that they can thrive in that space, because those are not necessarily the same thing. I think about my personal lived experience and how I was given opportunities and pushed to rise to the occasion. And, you know, looking back now, I see that was kind of my personal path of like shared prosperity that kind of led to me being here. But it was a one-off. And so we have these powerful institutions, and we have some powerful programs. I can think of like Jobs for Youth being one of them, right? But how do we how are we more focused on that, on making sure that every part of our system has these really clear pathways, and that we give people ladders to climb. So I appreciate this work. I'm excited to continue the conversation and to dig into it more at our future study session. And I'll hand it over to Supervisor Gaucher.
I want to again say thank you, and Ariana, thank you so much. It's so good to see you. And I just want to just mention the Silicon Valley Community Foundation and the partnerships that you've demonstrated and continue to demonstrate within our region. This reminds me of Equity Forward, where you're thinking about how do we lift everyone at the same time. So I am so excited for the work that is happening. Thank you, Shireen, for leading this effort. We've been on some calls prior to this even happening. But when we think about economic mobility, it starts with opportunity and the efforts to build. Efforts builds off an idea and it turns into action. So we know if we want to make a difference, we have to be intentional. And the work that you're bringing forward is intentional and thinking about those communities that are left out of the conversations or are not at the table. So making room at the table so that everyone can thrive. I look forward to the work that will continue, and I'm excited to be sitting at the table with you as you develop this plan.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Spear.
When I rejoined the board, at the first board meeting, I talked about hoping that we could create a county core by identifying young people in high school or college, getting them positions in county government that would give them a pathway to a viable job. And I don't know if that's part of what you're looking at, but I think that's one of the ways of dealing with the fact that this is such a high-cost county. The jobs are not available for young graduates from college, and they're living at home. And this is an opportunity for us to take advantage of a really terrible situation and help guide them to public service through the county. I was talking to our probation officer, John Keene, yesterday, and he was saying that it was hard to get to keep people. They're getting pregnant and going on to doing other things. So, I mean, there's lots of areas where I think we could start to identify where there would be great job opportunities for these young people.
Yeah, if I could just respond really quickly, one of the key areas of focus for us is career pathways into county positions in particular. We've been working really closely with the Human Resources Department and looking at two specific pathways one around stationary engineers with the Department of Public Works and another focused on community assistance across a lot of our health and social services where we have frontline workers. It's not the same as what you're talking about around having our young people really positioned to take over the next generation of public servants, but it is a step in that direction.
Okay. Any other? Nope. I believe we have to take public comment. No, we already took public comment. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your presence here. And with that, happy to take a motion on this.
I move adoption of the resolution affirming the County of San Mateo's commitment to advancing economic mobility.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second from Supervisor Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Amazing. Thank you. We are now moving on to item number 11, which is Measure K item, authorizing a one-time discretionary grant not to exceed $50,000 to the San Mateo County Health Foundation for the Caring Hands in Health program. And this is sponsored by Supervisor Spear. Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Canepa. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Yes.
and President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, our final item is another Measure K district discretionary grant, not to exceed $145,000 to the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, acting as the fiscal sponsor for Center for Age-Friendly Excellence, for an age-friendly action plan for the city of San Bruno. Supervisor Canepa.
Hard to imagine it's been 10 years, Madam Chair. I'm proud to bring forward this Measure K grant to support the Center of Age-Friendly Excellence, or CAFE, as it develops a comprehensive age-friendly action plan for the city of San Bruno. CAFE has become an invaluable partner in helping communities across San Mateo County prepare for one of the most significant demographic shifts of our time. Since 2018, CAFE has worked alongside 14 cities throughout our county, including Belmont, Burlingame, Daly City, East Palo Alto, Foster City, Half Moon Bay, Millbrae, Civica, Redwood City, San Carlos, San Mateo, South San Francisco, Brisbane, and Colma, to achieve AARP age-friendly recognition and develop evidence-based action plans that improve the quality of life for our older adults. This work goes far beyond preparing a report. CAFE brings together older adults, caregivers, families, nonprofits, healthcare providers, businesses, and local governments to understand the unique needs of each community. They conduct research and data analysis, facilitate community listening sessions and town halls, identify gaps in services, and develop a practical, measurable strategies that help older adults remain healthy, connected, independent, and engaged in their communities. This investment is especially important because San Mateo County's population is aging rapidly. Within the next decade, nearly 1 in 4 of our residents will be over the age of 60. Preparing our communities now means ensuring our seniors can continue living safely, accessing services, staying socially connected, and aging with dignity close to family and friends. This grant will allow CAFE to partner with the City of San Bruno to complete its age-friendly action plan, bringing us one step closer to making every city in San Mateo County an AARP-designated age-friendly community. Achieving that milestone would make San Mateo County only the second county in California to reach this countywide distinction. Finally, I want to address the fiscal sponsorship arrangement with the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation. While the foundation is located in Los Altos, it has served as CAFE's fiscal sponsor since CAFE's inception, including throughout every previous contract CAFE has had with San Mateo County. This is a long-standing, trusted partnership that has successfully supported CAFE's work in our county for years. The foundation provides comprehensive administrative services, including accounting, bookkeeping, payroll, financial reporting, compliance, and accounts payable and receivables, as well as independent financial oversight through the Board of Directors. That additional governance strengthens accountability and allows CAFE to focus on serving our communities rather than building and managing cost back office operations. The foundation also provides a critical bridge funding so CAFE can continue meeting payroll and project obligations while awaiting grant reimbursements. It's also worth noting that the foundation serves as the fiscal sponsor for several organizations delivering services in San Mateo County, including Caminar, Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto, and Life Moves. This is a Measure K investment in healthy aging through thoughtful planning and stronger communities. CAFE has a proven track record of delivering results for San Mateo County, and I respectfully ask for your vote. With that, I would like to welcome Mike King from CAFE via Zoom to give a 5-minute presentation, followed by a 1-minute snippet of a 5-minute video. Is Mr. King with us?
He is.
Hi, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Thank you to the rest of the board. Chairperson Corzo, really an honor to be with you today. I'm the new executive director of CAFE. My name is Mike King. I've taken over from the founder and longtime director, Dr. Annabelle Pelham, who many of you may know, who's been doing work in gerontology and to drive forward this age-friendly mission of cafes, as well as beyond for a number of decades now. So I will just provide some brief remarks about CAFE, who CAFE is, a little bit about our fiscal sponsor, as Supervisor Canepa mentioned, the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, and then talk a little bit about the impact that we've had in San Mateo County over the last decade or so. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence, or CAFE. Our mission is to improve the health, well-being, and quality of life for older adults and people with disabilities. And we do that through community-driven planning, some direct service provision, and lots of cross-sector collaboration. We work very closely with all of the communities we partner with to help them identify and align policies, programs, and infrastructure that can meet the needs of an aging and diverse population. As Supervisor Canepa mentioned, right, not only in San Mateo County, but across the Bay Area and across the state of California and the nation, as well as the globe, adults over the age of 60 is a portion of our population that's significantly growing, and it will continue to do so over the coming decades. So this presents challenges, but also tremendous opportunities for communities who are planning and thinking about how they make policy, programmatic, and infrastructure decisions. CAFE was born out of a desire to help communities prepare for these demographic shifts. Next slide, please. CAFE started in Los Altos Hills. Dr. Annabelle Pelham at the time was a board member for the Los Altos Community Foundation. She really wanted to forward this model of working closely with cities to plan for the future. And so they used those two communities as kind of study communities to identify what works or doesn't work in age-friendly cities, and then to extend that learning and those evidence-based practices out to other communities around California. And so we greatly appreciate the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation for fiscally sponsoring CAFE since that time. CAFE started in 2015, so it's been over a decade now. They continue to be a great supporter of our work. And as Supervisor Canepa mentioned, they allow us to be able to focus on our mission while they handle all of the administrative and accounting work on the back end that goes, many of you know, a lot of time and effort going into keeping a nonprofit status. So it really allows us to use our small team to the maximum benefit of the communities that we work with. Next slide, please. And also to support Supervisor Canepa's remarks, just wanted to provide a list of other nonprofit organizations that the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation supports through their community grants program in San Mateo County. So while based in Los Altos and certainly also providing support to initiatives in Santa Clara County, they are doing a lot of great work in San Mateo County beyond their sponsorship of CAFE. And some of these organizations are quite large, but I imagine the board recognizes many of the great work here. Next slide, please. Okay, so to look at what we've done to date in San Mateo County over the last 8 years, we sort of have a two-pronged approach to the age-friendly initiative and the way in which we are building it out in communities across San Mateo County. The first is to help communities become age-friendly certified. So starting back in July 2018, we have now worked with 14 different cities across the county to get them age-friendly certified and become members of AARP's national network of age-friendly states and communities. And that really is sort of a foundational process for a lot of communities, where it's really, in many cases, the first time that they're really going deep into their demographic data, understanding disparities and challenges facing their older adult population, and really starting to build that culture change so that they can work collaboratively and think about services, programs, and infrastructure with an age-friendly lens. And really that cross-sector collaboration, right? Folks within governments, across nonprofit and private sector, working together in ways that they previously hadn't, because that's what being age-friendly requires in terms of joint planning and decision-making. So that's the first step. We'll go on to the next slide and kind of look at the second prong, in our approach. So after working with communities to become age-friendly certified, we then go into the deeper planning stage, which is to develop an age-friendly action plan for the community. And starting that roughly 5 years ago in San Mateo County, we've now worked with 8 different cities to develop action plans. And you can kind of see the nice colorful covers of those plans at the bottom of the slide here. So working deeply with those communities through one-on-one conversations with stakeholders from local government officials to nonprofit service providers to faith-based organizations, and of course community members through focus groups, through town hall meetings, right? So doing that engagement to ensure that each action plan is focused on the distinct needs, priorities, challenges, and solutions, right, that will allow that community to become more livable and better able to support people of all ages. And as an action plan, right, we really get down into the details, working with all these different stakeholders to understand, right, what are feasible, actionable steps in the near term that we can take to start to build, whether it's programmatic infrastructure or physical built environment infrastructure, how to make those changes to make their communities more age-friendly. And the idea is that over time, these communities will build the capacity to update those plans as they achieve their outcomes, to add on new goals, and little by little continue to make their communities more accessible and inclusive for people of all ages. Next slide, please. And so in closing, I just want to again thank Supervisor Canepa. Thank you, all board members, for having me here today, for considering this discretionary grant so that we can continue our work in San Mateo County to make all communities in San Mateo County more age-friendly. Prior to this, Supervisor Canepa had talked about San Mateo County being potentially the second county where all communities have an age-friendly action plan. CAFE did that first with Santa Clara County. We would love for San Mateo County to be the second county with that distinction, so that all of your communities have very clear action steps and resources to make the changes that will make them as inclusive and accessible as possible. So thank you again for the time, and happy to field any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mike. I do want to recognize, thank you, former council member, former mayor of Brisbane, Karen Cunningham, for joining us today. And just want to recognize San Bruno City Council, Mr. Medina, for joining us. And so with that, colleagues, I know we have to take public comment, but I'd like to move this item.
So thank you for the motion. I believe we took public comment already, so we don't.
Did you want to show the video?
I think we're okay with the video. I'll move the item.
Just checking.
Thank you. I believe Supervisor Spear wanted to make a comment.
I don't know if Mike is still with us, but I'm curious.
I am. Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah.
I'm curious, of the 14 cities in San Mateo County that are age-friendly, age-family certified, how many of them participated financially in those communities?
As part of the planning process, all of those processes have been supported through San Mateo County.
So so San Mateo County paid for all these 14 city age certified processes. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding. And
Mike, if I can add a little flavor to that, that is correct, but there is something that I think is worth noting. We do work in concert with the staff. So there are staff that are given to the cities, to the counties, who work in collaboration with Mike and his team. So from a city perspective, there's a lot of resources in terms of staffing, because this just, it requires coordination, and it requires, it requires input and really output from the staffs of each of the cities to really make this happen. If we don't have the participation of the recreation department or those in the senior centers, really, we can't make this happen. So it's a hybrid, I guess you could say. It's a hybrid of the county giving resources, but it's the hybrid of people power and staff being put forth by the cities to execute on its implementation.
That's right. Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Well said. The cities give a lot in terms of person power, and we have to work very closely with them. And typically, there's a few folks who are designated, whether that's, as Supervisor Canepa said, from the Parks and Rec Department or from Human Services or a Senior Services Department, sometimes even from City Manager's Office. We work with them on a regular basis around goal setting, around decision points. And then ultimately we do interviews and bring together folks from lots of different departments because, again, this requires a lot of collaboration around issues ranging from housing to social participation to transportation. So yeah, there's a lot of input and contributions from folks across the city.
So I don't want to belabor this because I know we're all tired, but it looks like we've already committed $1 million to this effort. This is another $145,000, but we only have 14 of the 20 cities that have been age family certified and only 8 of the 20 cities that have age-friendly action plans. So I would like to see it countywide, but I would also like to know that the value is there, and I'm not. We've invested a lot already.
Look, clearly the value is there. There's communication, there's collaboration, there's ideas that have been advanced from a policy perspective, and our best customers are our residents, but I think it's the cities. I think the cities recognize the inherent value of this. As you know, we're going to be talking about VLF on Thursday. A lot of cities, they don't have the resources, and they're challenged. And so I think our role, and I think it's been the board's role over the past 10 years, is to support cities in providing the opportunity to help them. Several examples of that would be what we've done around Big Lift, right? And so the county continues to make investments. In fact, the county and this board, and I'm proud of this, when it came to childcare, and we're looking at expanding that, I think the board allocated north of $11 million. What study after study has concluded and has found out, unfortunately, and we see this around housing, is that our seniors are being left behind. And so what this does is it creates the infrastructure, it creates the framework of policies. And I think government works best when it's not, top down, but really bottom up. And we need to make sure we advance this item. Hopefully it does get advanced to make sure that we help the people who need us the most. And right now, it's seniors. And so one city maybe trying to identify the issues around housing. One city maybe identifying the issue of transportation. And remember, the deep collaboration that takes place is annually. So annually, there's an event that takes place. We bring all the cities together, and what each city does is they share their best practices and what they've learned. And I think, to me, we may be getting a bargain in this. As someone say $1.4 million. I'd say, hey, the taxpayer is getting a pretty good discount on a lot of collaboration, a lot of effort. So I appreciate the comments. I know where they're coming from, and they're coming from a good place. And I know you're aligned, Supervisor Spear, with me in terms of solving the senior issue. But from the bottom of my heart, this is a program I really believe in because I've seen the good impact it's had on our seniors.
Any other comments? Okay. Is there a motion? Oh, there was a
So
motion.
moved.
Oh, apologies. And a second from Supervisor Gaucher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller, Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa, and President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that is the end of our meeting. We are ending our meeting at 3:14.